Bring it back, 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 back. Bring it, keep it back, 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 back. Look at all this, bring it. Back, 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 bring it. Look at all this, bring it back up, 'cause it's lit. Look at all these chicks. Whip it up, all these rocks on my wrist. Bring it back, 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 back. Bring it, keep it back, 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 back. Look at all this, bring it back, 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 back. Bring it, keep it back, 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 back. Look at all this, bring it. Back, 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 bring it. Look at all this, bring it. Keep it back, 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 back. Look at all this, bring it. Look at all this, bring it.
Now move your body, it's just a beat. just a beat. It's just a beat.
Hey everybody, welcome back yet again to Season 4 of the T-esports Championship. My name is Amy's House, I'm your host, and tonight we are back. Tonight is day 2 of the League of Legends quarterfinals. Yesterday we got our first two finalists, semi-finalists, Team Excellent and Team All In. Let's take a look at how it's all looking like right now. Tonight we have another 2 best-of-3 series. It's going to be Nightbirds versus EFB and Mouth Breathers versus Team 10 €10 deal. EFB, a team that has secured their spot here in the quarterfinals amazingly, and now they're going to be facing off with one of the top teams here that went 3-0. That is Nightbirds. This is our first best of 3 of the evening. Then we have Mouth Breathers and Team €10 deal. So whoever wins, Nightbirds or EFB, will be playing versus Team All In the best of 5 series of the semifinals. And then we have Mouth Breathers versus Team €10 deal, which we have seen how great they were, how they eliminated Harmony from entering into the playoffs. We have already Team Excellent here securing their spot in the semifinals versus Bobber Gaming. That was also quite an interesting set of matches. Both matchups of yesterday went 2-1, so there was a lot of tug of war kind of theme going on, especially with the second best of 3 of yesterday, which was Team All In versus Penguins. Wow, what a back and forth it was, and I have to say congratulations to both teams, Team All In and Team Excellent, for basically securing their piece of the prize pool. They got into the best of 5, which means they have already entered the top 4 for the prize pool, but we're still going to be looking for the next 2 days. Today, of course, for the other 2 semifinalists, and then Friday and Saturday we'll be looking for those 2 teams that will be going to Budapest, Hungary for the LAN Grand Finals. The total prize pool of League of Legends in TEC this season is €30,000, so it's not a joke. It's a good prize pool. It's going to be an amazing experience for the team to be there at the LAN as it was last year, and I'm really excited to see if Team Excellent is going to go to Budapest again, because they did last season. Last year they played versus Bad Lions, some very prominent players, as you may know. You may have watched their streams. So yeah, full of excitement for tonight. Lucha and Scarf will be here with you again, your casters for League of Legends in this season of TEC and last season as well. So you know them well, and today we have as the first best of 3 Nightbirds versus EFB, the second Mouth Breathers versus Team €10 deal. We're going to go for a short break. After that we'll be back with the draft for the first best of 3 Nightbirds versus EFB. See you in a little bit.
confidence, energy, manifest supremacy. Confidence, 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 energy, manifest supremacy. Confidence, 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 energy, manifest supremacy. Confidence, 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 energy, manifest
I got the style and pattern. Yeah, I got the style and pattern. Hey, I got the style and pattern. Yeah, I got the style and pattern.
Alrighty, hello boys and gals and other pals. We're back. It is the second day here at the quarterfinals thing we kind of got going on here. Nightbirds versus EFB, first match of the day. After that is going to be Mouth Breeders and Team 10 Euro Deal. But we're already kind of skipping into the draft, so we'll see. Nightbirds, I do believe that they ended up being 3-0 in the Swiss stage. On the other side, the EFB probably had a bit of a tougher climb to get to where they are, but that isn't necessarily a bad thing. You know, there's more time to practice, get used to the tournament, stuff like that, and especially with the meta and how it's been developing here at the T-esports Championship. So I am genuinely curious as to what it's going to be. Of course, the bans really haven't been anything out of the ordinary. That is, I believe, something a bit out of the ordinary, at least for game one.
Yeah, and probably Akiana will come out as well. Of course, now the Jarvan is open. Who else do we want? Xin Zhao is also open. So yeah, we'll see. Probably they will stick to the scheme of the tournament as with picks. I feel like maybe Agrin was the only player that really pulled out something
some funny,
we haven't
funny
seen
shenanigans.
yet. So
I mean, 5 matches, 5 different champions. None of them picked before, so good on him. But unfortunately,
but yeah, like you said, this is the quarterfinals. So yesterday we had some banger series compared to the Swiss stage. Both went 2-1, and I don't think we expect anything else from today as well. So of course, these are the final 8 teams. 2 dropped out or were eliminated yesterday, so we'll see which 2 teams get eliminated today. But yeah, Sion first pick.
yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. But it's 2 jungle bans and one mid ban for both sides here, as Zier has been taken out of the pool. I guess Ambessa, sure, technically is a top laner, so that is not really the consistency, but they've banned the top side out. Like a top laner, a jungler, and a mid laner. On the other side, it was 2 junglers and a mid laner. Sion, as you've just said, first pick, probably one of the, I would say, safest first picks you can go. You're just kind of chilling. On the other side, something that I personally wanted to see a bit more, because I feel like we've kind of went back a bit. We went to the Jhin, Ashe, Ezreal kind of thing going on for the past few days, so I am always happy to see some aggression, to see some big fights happening, and Kai'Sa is definitely a champion for that, and so is Gwen, as she's going to be shredding Sion in the top lane.
Yeah, so a counter pick, a difficult one from the Rip, so it's going to be very interesting. We have seen her played maybe 1 or 2 games. I don't feel like we have seen it that often when she is such a nice counter pick to those tanks and those champions that can handle the weak side. Gwen, if she doesn't get swapped out, can definitely punish those picks. But now Jarvan, Talia, very annoying and a menacing combination here in the jungle mid lane. Of course, Jarvan, if he does lock a lot of champions up, Talia can just get a free combo and you're doomed.
Yep.
So
Jarvan,
we'll see what the response will be. They did ban Xin Zhao and Nafiri, seems like it's going to be the response.
Yeah, but it's an interesting thing that EFB kind of has going on. A lot of these high skill expressive champions for them. On the other side, I feel like it's mostly just the safety, the regular things you will see in like every single tournament. So I'm not really surprised for that, but I'm more so curious as to, you know, you got the Nafiri, even though Kiana was open, so definitely I feel like this leans more towards comfort than anything else. But we'll see. As technically Gwen could have been picked 3rd and they could have gotten themselves a Jarvan. That was also one of the possibilities, as he was only picked 2nd. So yeah, with Yunara.
But it's nice to have the option of counter-picking the jungle as well.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
yeah, we'll see LeBlanc ban coming out. I don't feel like Talia struggles in lane that hard against LeBlanc, but of course LeBlanc is one of the hardest bullies of mid lane. But will the Rise ban come out now? Obviously, he doesn't have a dash, so Jarvan works very nicely against him, but he seems like a good response to the fast macro plays that Talia can make.
I would love to see a Xayah Rakan now on the side of Nightbirds. I think that would round out the team comp quite well. But two ADCs have it banned. Sivir taken off the pool, and same thing with Yunara. On the other side, it was LeBlanc, and it was, what even is that? That's an Aurora. Yeah, I wouldn't really say anything out of the ordinary. Aurora is a really good flex pick. Also doesn't really do that badly into any mage, I feel like. So she is a really good pick.
Yeah.
And also the reason why she is banned. But now's the question. Do you go for Nautilus? Do you kind of stick it?
You probably just leave the counter pick for the support, and Ari comes out such a champion you see often, especially in pro play.
Yeah,
and
but so
in
underutilized.
Yeah, in TEDs we haven't seen her played almost at all, so very nice to see her come out here as a staple of mid lane.
Absolutely.
One of the top 3 biggest mages, like what do you put? Orianna, Ari, and
Syndra maybe.
Syndra probably, yeah.
The Holy Trinity.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see now. As I've said, I personally would love to see a Xayah Rakan, but Quirky will be the answer to Kai'Sa. What do you pick with him now? Do you kind of deny the Nautilus, but you already have so much engage?
I mean, I do like the Rakan option, but as they are already quite tanky, and of course the engage works so well with all of these champions. I mean, Jarvan, Cyan, such good engages, and obviously he can also set up a combo for Talia, especially with the Char, grouping them up even more. But Poppy is a counter pick to, I mean, all of these champions currently do have dashes.
Yep. But more so, to me, it feels like to make sure that they don't get the Poppy. Because Poppy, I feel like is just so rough on the Jarvan engage. Corki can't really fly away. I guess Talia technically can't really ult away. Sion, I guess.
Yeah.
Almost
No, you're right. Yeah, if they did pick Rakan, Poppy was just a free pick. But Nautilus now does come out. So a classic combination of Kai'Sa and Nautilus.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, but I feel like this is another kind of case that we've seen, which is just the regular versus a bit more of comfort, I believe. So Ari, I think it kind of falls in the same category as Jinx in the tournament, where it's a really good champion. It does well into almost any matchup, scales nicely, does a lot for your team. And I don't know why it isn't picked more. So seeing Ari in the first game, I think, is finally something that we were kind of hoping to see a bit sooner, maybe in the tournament. Not really at quarterfinals, of all things. But yeah, I will say though, EFB, I quite like their draft, but it's a bit explosive. It's a bit snowbally. So I think it's all once again gonna kind of rely on that early game, how much. I suppose agency is going to be delivered into the hands of Bosch or Besh, however. You got the names.
Besh,
so yeah, apparently he got the DM. So we got the information on how to pronounce.
A warning.
yeah, we got a warning.
Strike number 1.
Next thing you know, he's going to arrive at the studio.
Yep. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I really like EFB's draft. The problem with Nightbird's draft is you only have 2 damage dealers. You have the Corki and Talia, and I feel like Gwen is going to be so menacing this game. If she doesn't get swapped out, she's going to have a free lane. And after that, I mean, how do you kill her? Obviously, Jarvan can do damage to her. She will out-heal his damage if they 1v1. And like, if Jarvan does find her, does put her in the ulti, obviously, without if she doesn't have the dash, nobody can do just damage. She puts the mist on her W, and Talia and Corki can't walk up into melee. So I feel like she's going to be so hard to find in those fights, and if Cripple doesn't go too crazy, I feel like he'll just be so safe. But yeah, we saw him on Gwen actually. Now that I remember, the last series they played to qualify for the playoffs, he was a menace on Gwen. So we'll see if that performance repeats this game as well. All in all, it's going to be a very fun game.
Absolutely. The only thing, as I've said, for the side of AFB that I think is the feast and famine factor, I think is going to be the Neferi, because Jarvan can always really find his way into any game. He can be so behind, but he can still find value. He does have the EQ. He has his ulti. He's just an omnipresent jungler. But with Neferi, it's a bit different, you know. You kind of need to get those early kills. You got to get the gold advantage if you, of course, want to invade. But we got the information that we'll be taking a small break, so BRB.
And we are back.
Yep.
The issue has been resolved. So we'll see how does this game pan out. Pero opting for the heal there on his Poppy, he does have the unsealed spellbook. On the other side, Charlie with the very aggressive ignite. So if the timing is right, that heal is going to only be the half of the value. And obviously Grievous Wounds work very well this game against the Jarvan as well. Denying him that Sundered Sky pops, which can just be detrimental, especially with the Conqueror even stacked up.
Yep.
He can just heal so much. But yeah, the swaps will come out, or at least from the Nightbirds, which was expected, I would say. You don't really want Sion to go against that Gwen, and obviously it will boost up Strode even more with XP wise, so he will be a bit more ahead on Bakisha in terms of XP. But obviously then on the other side, having a traditional ADC with a support against a tank and a support, you can do this. Yeah, I mean, you can just bully them, you can deny Bobist a lot of CS, and you can probably get a plate or even two if you're lucky, if you're playing it well, if your jungler helps you out. And the fourth thing, you split the map between top side and bot side. Well, in most cases, I don't know if they'll actually do it this game, but in most cases you can just split the map as well. So, but it doesn't seem like that will actually happen in this game. They will just go for the traditional full clear. So that means now Ari pathing to top side. EFB's bot lane can do a lot of damage to this turret.
Yep. Mid lane seems like Talia obviously getting the prio with the Q spam, so she's gonna be moving just a little bit further up the mid lane, as she even spots Poppy, who kind of ended up going all the way to the mid lane, as she kind of got poked down. I feel like that hook from Choli was beautiful. Gave them a lot of agency to kind of play around with, even though Poppy still hasn't recalled. She's still kind of waiting here, doesn't really wanna find anything. Never mind Babista here with the double Q knockup. But as I was saying, yeah, Poppy now has shown herself. I feel like he was kind of fishing for it, maybe I don't know, flash on top of Ari, get her flash, so you can kind of abuse that with Jarvan P6.
Yep, Choli is just perma-hitting those hooks, so that's very nice damage there on Bobista, obviously. Also quite diveable when he's alive, but the problem is when he does get into his passive, that could be very, very dangerous, so you need a tool to get away from his basic attacks once you do kill him. But now Zaza actually drops to 0 mana. Stanik in a similar situation, but he does have a bit more Qs in here in his pocket.
No, does have the biscuit as well. But yeah, Cripple kind of now facing the Corki, which isn't really going as he planned. 15 CS down. Even though it does seem like Bobista is just, you know, playing safe. He's farming up. He's ahead in CS as far as that is concerned, but that's going to be a 2v2 fight here potentially as Bosch is looking to kind of jump on top of this Corki. The barrier will need to be used, but Cripple is just too low to keep fighting, so he will back away. That's
nice
a summoner they ended up getting. I mean, they did get the heal as well, so technically that's going to be 2 summoners for the price of 0.
Yeah, but obviously now Cripple does need to TP top lane, but actually it's the Bakisha that comes top lane. Pero does cancel his bag, but he drops half HP and it seems like Cripple is going to stay here, but Bakisha will be the one given CS. So the first Drake of the game is on the map. Look at him skedaddling about.
The TP bot, as we do see, Choli already kind of being in the face here of Bobista, with Cripple now pathing towards bot. Now stuck in a 2v1, but I don't really think you kind of want to share XP, especially if you're Gwen. You want to hit that 6 as fast as possible and maybe try to run him down, because now you're actually in a bit of a deficit. Seems like Sion ended up kind of coming out on top as far as the lane swaps were concerned.
Yeah. But obviously, Gwen just will hit such a nice power spike on the full item that it will not really matter even if he drops 300 gold behind. I don't know what is the stand on XP, but if Bobista does hit a level 6, he could find a nice all-in on Cripple. But yeah, it seems like Cripple is also nice with the XP, so that will not be a threat. Both junglers are hovering here around the Drake.
Yep. Talia, of course, still just wanting to push those waves in. Pito did have to dodge here. Stro looking for an engage, but it seems like Adi here will be spotted by Cripple. The needles will come through.
Yeah, the TP is coming in.
It's a lot of damage that ends up dropping on top of Adi, but here comes Bakisa. What is it gonna be? No, it's gonna be stunning. They end up taking him out completely. Cripple just immediately out of the fight with all of them here. Zaza needed a flash. This is already looking quite bad this early on. It feels like everybody was there at the right moment, and with Bakisha kind of trying to do something on that top lane, it feels like nothing really works. Corki is so safe, still has his flash, of course has the W.
Yeah, obviously this early on, Bash can't really kill the Drake that fast, and there was also the difference in Unseal Spellbook. I mean, Peto just being able to TP, they're granting them the numbers advantage, but yeah, I mean, nice try from Cripple, but obviously Ari just walked out that all in, and in the meantime they couldn't even bullish throw, but here comes the hook. Baksha does hit a level 6, but here comes Peto to stop that initiative, and they will have to back off.
Yeah.
So in terms of CS, AD carries are even, but Stroda does have a nice XP lead, obviously laning solo for quite some time. Yep. Peto will even manipulate the wave so that it bounces back to their side.
Yeah, beautifully done there, but yeah, as you said, the XP lead is quite big, as Peto was on the bottom side, kind of helping his team out with that first Drake. But now, you know, we're kind of left wondering what the situation is going to end up developing like, because we talked about EFB kind of needing the enough Fury to be online so early. Pito, nice W to just kind of get away there from Choli. Still though, 2 level 6s here in that top lane.
Yeah, but even with 1 kill, Nightbirds did build up a lead of 500 gold, so micro-wise they are doing great. The hook comes in, obviously blocked by the W, the ult comes in as well, and Pero forced to flash out. He is dropping a bit low, but Baksha took so much damage from Strode, but he does have both summoners up and the ulti, and here comes the initiative on grubs. In the meantime, Ari did snatch 2 away, so they will only steal 1 away.
Yep. Zaze kind of ended up spotting them just on time. Forced them out, not allowing them to get full grubs. As that would mean that they ended up getting both the Drake and the grubs this early, which is also going to be potentially quite bad for EFB in the long run. But yeah, Cripple once again just being really aggressive, kind of leveraging the damage output that Gwen has on these big chunky boys.
Yeah, but actually, I mean, overall, such a calm game. Nothing. We aren't used to this Slova game. 9.5 minutes and only 1 kill on the map. But I feel like in a fight or two, the kills are going to be coming in very fast. I mean, it usually ends with more kills than minutes. So I don't think this game will be an exception. But yeah, quite slow of a start.
I mean, one fight is all it takes, as they say. But now Sion kind of TPing in the top lane, Bakisha of course recalling as he too will now start pathing towards bot, but Bash here spots Adi. Both him and Choli aren't really sure if they should engage. They kind of don't really have the necessary information on where the bot lane is, because I think that they just ended up deleting the wave, and now as the second wave approaches, they kind of ended up getting that information, but I think it was a tad bit too late. So, Adi just ends up walking to his Krugs.
Yeah. But obviously, I think most of this gold lead is on the top laner, as Babista is 20 CS up on Cripple, and obviously a kill ahead. Choli now taking so much damage, needs to flash out, but it's not enough, can't hook away from the prison, and Bakisha dropping very low. Using his ulti, he does have both summoners up, but Peto is trying to chase it out.
Yeah, they will be able to...
Adi has the flash as well and fights the stun beautifully, and that's a 3-0 for Nightbirds.
Beautifully done there, finding the heal, of course, to kind of grab the bonus move speed. Knocking him into a wall. 3-0, Cripple going for that all-in, but the ults will be traded. And Sion, I don't really think cares. After the swap, he's just been so calm.
Yeah.
Perma-chilling in the top, just scaling away.
Yep, he is in quite a nice position, obviously, when he does get the Hollow Radiance. It's going to be such a nice spike. With 1 Q being able to delete the entire wave, which he does now as well, but the Hollow Radiance will help out a ton. But yeah, Cripple just trying to bully him out, but still, even though Gwen is a tank shredder, he's just so tanky. Choli now taking a lot of damage from Muddy. The ult is great. No, it actually bounces him to his side, so he does get away.
Yeah, that was a tad bit too late, I feel like.
Only half a second of a difference, even less. If the ult did come out earlier.
Yeah, Cripple, of course, just shoving that wave in. The dragon has spawned now. The second of the game is going to be the Infernal Adi, already on the case. Even though they have a lot of vision here, so I think they should be aware of how many members of EFB are kind of in the jungle now. I don't really know if it's going to be contested. Corky still kind of pushing away. Zaza ended up kind of looking for something. Ulti has been used, but the charm has not connected to anybody. And that's a really big cooldown, especially for team fights, so... I don't really know if they even want to contest this, because Bakisha now stuck between a rock and a hard place, as even Choli here has been found in the jungle. As they're all going to be forced away. That's going to be a free Drake.
Yeah, I mean, he just got obliterated, and now that's such a huge difference between the ADCs, Strode being 2-0, 25 CS up, and he's now melting through those plates with the 2 grubs they have, and yeah, Ari obviously with the 100% kill participation, he's just playing this so nicely, and still 0 kills on EFB side in 13 minutes. And yeah, it's looking like such a rough game. Babista now being so healthy, Cripple being low on mana, does have the flash available, but still forced to flash out in a 1v1 against Sion, so that hurts.
Yeah, that's really bad. I mean, as we talked about it, the early game just needs to be really good. Bosch now doesn't find his second kill. He'll have to run away from that one as well. But, okay, realistically, what do? We talked about it. You kind of want the Nefiri to find value early game. Your carries are kind of also being put in bad situations. Cripple maybe even finds it. The final ult charge here is enough. Stonic, it took too long to kill the Gwen.
Yep.
And Bobista ends up dead.
But yeah, obviously, beautiful timing there by Stonic, and he does get traded back. So, yeah, I mean, like you said, it already is over a 4,000 gold lead for Nightbirds, and Cripple is not stomping his matchup, which he counterpicked. Like you said, nobody is online.
Yep.
And everybody is in a deficit to their counterparts, so yeah, I also feel like it is a team comp that needs to snowball. I mean, Nefiri is a nice champion for the late game, but how long can you get in the late game without losing the game? Peta flashes on to Zaze, he's in 1-1 currently, but Stonic gets charmed so beautifully. It's a all-out fist fight. Jolly will be the first one to draw beautiful poppy ult to get Zazie out. Bakisha, not enough damage on Strode, as he does get killed with the help of Adi, and Cripple is next, and everybody on the side of EFB is just getting the lead. A nice try by Bash there, but Pito does stay alive. And now there was a clean 4-0 for Nightbirds, and it puts
6,000.
them in a 6,000 goal lead, 9-1 on the kill tab, and obviously the Rift Herald here is looking pretty free.
Yeah, so now that they've ended up kind of winning the objective game as well, they're ahead quite a bit, and the damage is just not really coming through. Riftmaker now finished here for Cripple, but still, how do you kill a Scion? How do you kill a Jarvan? Green Smite, he's just so tanky. Sundered Sky healing as well just allows him to be in these team fights for so long. Zaza now, Pito was maybe looking for it, but decides against it, as Jolie here will join his teammate. As they are sending Diari now onto the bot lane. Cripple here will be knocked up, as Stonic is walking right into the Gwen W. I don't really think they care, but that is still a hefty chunk that she ends up dealing, but it's just not enough. She's too far behind. 3-0-3 now for the Talia. And the game's just being blown wide open.
Yeah, I agree completely. If he wasn't so far behind, if he even was a little bit ahead, I feel like he just 1v2s that so easily, getting those heals up. But yeah, you are behind, you can now definitely get punished. Even Adi is strong in the 1v1 against Cripple, but yeah, you are so weak, and I think it will take a huge mistake on Nightbird's side for TFB to come back, because obviously you do have nice scaling on your team. I mean, Gwen, Kai'Sa, great late game champions, but how do you get to that point? The game being so snowbally, you being in such a huge deficit, I don't know how Nightbirds will allow this game to go for 40 minutes, 35 plus minutes.
Yep. I mean, considering that they've smacked the tier 2 quite a bit, Pito here will be knocked up, tries to kind of be Bakisha into that wall, but turns out he's going to take out one of his members now. Scion joining the fight. The front line here is so tanky. Stonic just free-firing from the back line. Will they be able to grab him? They will, but now the re-engage comes from Bash, who immediately gets blown up. Cripple on the back line, trying to do as much as he humanly can, but no, close but no cigar.
Yeah, I mean, these fights are so hard for EFB, and
look at this. Now they're going to open the tier 2. There still is a Shelly smacking into the second tier 2. Scion already farming the bot lane, preparing that wave, as the Drake is up in about 7 seconds. So they're just playing the map so much better. They're playing the fights so much better, and individually with the swap, I think they may be just
I mean, this was a nice idea. I mean, you do get a pick, obviously, very nicely played by Bash and Bakisha there, but I mean, you're so weak, and they did get out of the Ari ult, but yeah, I mean, it's so fine to find a pick. Bash is 2 levels behind on Ari. It's so hard to deal damage to him, and now they are in a 11,000 gold lead on Nightbird's side. And even in the last fight, I mean, they did do a lot of damage, they did find 1 kill, but the main damage dealer Strode was chilling with full HP in that fight, so...
And he's gonna be on 3 items soon, with his mana immune also stacked on 320 now, so it isn't really gonna take that much longer for him to get that item online as well. And now with a soul point also in their pockets, it's just gonna be so rough to win these fights. I don't even know, like, do you just go for pickoffs at this point? Do you start playing a bit more around vision, try to individually find somebody? But there we go, there's gonna be the TP Bash here rejoining the rest of his team, but it's gonna be the Scion who's looking to pull the trigger. Everybody's there! They are getting mowed down by the Talia, they can't move! Jarvan trapping 4 members of EFB, they cannot move, they're sitting ducks as the artillery is just raining above them.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful combo there by Peto and Adi, and obviously Strode just cashing in those kills. Every single ability of his is AoE, and yeah, I mean, they just got blown up. What else can you say? So beautifully played by Nightbirds, but I don't blame EFB. I mean, if you just stand still and wait for things to happen, you're so behind, the game is just gonna come crashing down on you, so you have to try something, but Nightbirds is ready for everything. I mean, they have so much vision put out. They have such mobile macro champions. You have the Scion ult, you have the Talia ult, like, so hard to try to find a pick. Obviously the ADC, Corki does have the gap closer, Adi does have the EQ, so it's so hard to find a pick.
115 on the Jarvan. Almost at 100% KP.
Only 1 kill missed out.
Is absolute insanity.
Yeah, but it is pretty easy with Jarvan, because if you just put the flag down, everybody gets attack speed and you automatically get the assist. But I mean, he is playing beautifully, I'm not trying to...
Yeah, he's definitely everywhere he needs to be, I feel like, and with his engages, they've just been so good. Choli now will have to flash away. Adi might still be looking for that EQ. He will. There's going to be a double knock-up as Cripple goes flying as well. Stonic now right on top of him with both Beto and Adi. They really can't do anything. Zazi now finds a beautiful charm. Here comes the re-engage Bash, trying to do everything in his power to take out Strode, who just flashes away. He's still alive, untouched in that backline. 21 minutes. Bakisha knocked up, looking to run for the hills, but the Scion is just too damn tanky.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this is a very convincing game for Nightbirds, as yeah, I mean, EFB are just so hopeless at this point. They're just so far behind. I mean, beautiful play by Zaze and Bakisha on Strode, but you're having such a hard time to kill the ADC, the easiest person to kill on Nightbirds. He only just flashed away and he was chilling. So, yep. What else can you do? I mean, 16,000 gold. What difference between these two teams?
Yeah, I don't even know. What can they do? So far, it was a one-sided affair. Guys, close to finishing 2 items. But look at Corki. 3 items and a BF sword, upgraded boots. That's just so rough to have a carry that fed. Not to mention, I mean, even Talia on 3 items.
Yeah, on the other side, no, Cripple did finish his 2nd item, but he's also having such a rough time, as you have the Poppy, you have the Jarvan. It's so easy to peel your carries with those champions, and yeah, 2-manning the Archon, which will now give them even more XP, even more adaptive force.
Yeah, Beto walking up, will throw his shield. Will not be able to find much more than that, as Adi now clearing that ward. Will be charmed, but I don't really think any trigger is going to be pulled anytime soon. Cripple has decided to just be a side lane menace, which might end up working out in their favor. But the thing I feel like that's kind of scary is how do you kind of approach this even in a 4v4? I think the members of the Nightbirds are just so far ahead that even in like a 3v5, I feel like they can still just win.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're just so tanky. They have the 3 Drakes, they have the Oracle now.
Yeah, we'll
And
get the
obviously-
soul possibly in 10 seconds as well.
Yeah, and obviously the goal difference is still over 16,000. Yeah, Ari still 22 out of the 23 kills.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, he's everywhere. He just makes those plays happen, and obviously that fight where 4 people got insta-wiped, it was all him, and
Yep.
Beto cashing in. And now they do get the soul, and even 8-0 in turrets. Everything has a bounty on its head on the side of Nightbirds, but EFB still just struggling to even clear the waves in their base, 2 inhibitors down. There's so much pressure coming in. Their Stanik has a pretty easy time for pushing the top lane, shoving in that third lane, which needs to be destroyed. Bobista with a beautiful ult, they just obliterate Bash, and Stanik with a very, very beautiful ult does get caught, but he's still alive, and the Zonya prolongs his life. Double kill for Strode. Baksha flashes out, but Adi is still glued to him, and Cripple trying to find something here in the mid lane does kill Strode, but needs to flash out. Is the only member alive, and 4 people alive on Nightbird's side. I think this is going to be it. Beto just BMing a bit and finds the pick on Cripple. So
GG's. First one, 25 minutes. I feel like ever since we kind of ended up crossing the 10-minute mark, I feel like it was just unplayable for the side of EFB. I think also, as we've said, the draft ended up kind of limiting them a little bit, and the lane swap ended up working out wonderfully because Sion just ended up not really even being beaten down by Gwen when they returned to top lane. So
yeah, I agree completely. Yeah, I mean the swap just completely shut off their strategy. And what do you do when the Gwen doesn't have the lead, when she can't capitalize on it, and this infinitely scaling tank is stronger than the counterpick to him. So yeah, but obviously all around, I mean, Adi was just doing so much work on the map. They got every single objective, and yeah, EFB need to really rethink their strategy.
absolutely, I agree. We'll see if they do so in the game 2, as we'll be taking a small break, and we'll be back with more action.
Bring it back. Bring it. Keep it back. Look at all this charges. Bring it. Bring it. Look at all this charges. Bring it back up, 'cause it's lit. Keep it cool, eyes go for the shit. 'Cause I'm ballin'. Look at all these chicks. Whip it up, all these rocks on my wrist. Bring it back. Bring it. Look at all these charges. Bring it back. Bring it. Keep it back. Look at all these charges. Bring it. Bring it. Look at all these charges. Bring it. Keep it back. Look at all these charges. Bring it. Look at all these charges. Bring it.
Now move your body, it's just a beat.
game 2 on the horizon. EFB ended up, unfortunately for them, losing the first match. Now kind of facing potential elimination if Nightbirds do end up taking this one as well. EFB opting to go for that blue side. Definitely some picks that they want to consider getting first now. We'll see though what ends up kind of happening. I feel like the bans are mostly going to kind of be around, the same. Sure. I mean, that's a new first ban, I believe. There's going to be a Galio immediately taken off the champion pool. Wukong will be here. Which, I feel like the red side bans are always like Wukong, Jarvan, Orianna. I feel like those three, but with Jarvan taken off, but basically being picked last game, I don't really know what else you can kind of get rid of that's that good.
And a pretty interesting, first ban, as you've mentioned already, the Galio, so we'll see what comes out. That is a first pick for EFB. Could it be the Rise, maybe, or...
I don't know, I mean, looking at maybe like, but... I feel like Galio is just such a specific little champion, and I feel like, of course, kind of fitting that niche of canceling out roams and being able to also kind of capitalize on a really good engage. So I'm kind of wondering what the reasoning behind that is. Xin here is also going to be banned. So also I feel like he's really good if you kind of want to go AP jungle and mid laners. So maybe that was the call, but I definitely feel like maybe having that option for Rise specifically, as you've just said, to kind of match those realms and also being able to kind of beat them down, whoopsie, in a 1v1. Once you get to like one item, I believe, you can just kind of perma go in, taunt, be quite annoying Pantheon.
Yeah.
That's so interesting to me. This is the only series, I believe, where we've consistently seen Pantheon being banned.
Yeah, but I feel like in all of the games we have watched him, it has worked so well, and obviously now with the trend being these hyper-aggressive macro champions like Talia, like Sion, like Rise, like Galio, so yeah, Pantheon also suits that team so well with his ulti, and actually it is the Yunara first pick, so...
Makes sense, I think.
Something we have, seen first pick already. So yeah, just a hyper carry, very strong ADC. So what will the response be? As now Kai'Sa is out of the picture.
I'm wondering because both Xin and Wukong here are banned, so Pantheon isn't really an option. Do you kind of want to leverage that Rise? Is that going to be the angle? Also, do you maybe prefer kind of grabbing a good bot lane with Rakan Xayah? Yeah, because that is open.
Yeah, and Poppy is out also without needing to ban her out. So yeah, that is very, very nice. But yeah, now what is open, like an Alistar, maybe, or
I mean, if you really want to go disengage, I guess Braum is an option, but you still kind of don't really know what else is going to be happening, and I feel like in Phase 2, Braum will probably be banned, because we've seen quite a few matches where Poppy and Braum both end up being banned in Phase 2. So I feel like that also leaves a really big gap yet to fill. It doesn't seem like it's going to be Rise. It feels like it is going to be the Azir that ends up being locked in. Into Azir, I think, what have we seen? We've seen the Syndra, I believe, matchup with Azir. I think we've seen Hui quite a bit into Azir as well. So just kind of being out of range, out of touch, as you say, just so you can really get Shurima shuffled all the way back to Narnia. Okay, so...
Is that actually locked in? Okay,
that is locked in.
I mean... That is the first Lulu we have seen in the T-esports Championship, but obviously an enchanter for Yunara is nice, as she is a little tempo hyper carry, and I feel like she's nice into Rakan as well. I mean, when he does pop the ulti, does want to go in, the polymorph will do a lot of work, and LeBlanc is the champion that comes in as a response to Azir, which is also such a nice pick. I feel like she's currently the number 1 or 2 mid laner in solo queue, as I've already mentioned last Champ Select, how big of a bully she is in the lane. The macro potential being so great, as you just shove those waves so fast with your W, and obviously the 2 dashes you have allowing you to just come into this fight so quickly and have a nice way of getting out by pressing it again. And the Vi is the ban. She does work nicely against the Xayah and the LeBlanc.
Yeah, 100%.
Gangplank was the ban.
Okay, they know something.
On side of
They know something.
EFB, yeah, for sure they know something. I mean, they do have the last pick, but I mean, what will they pick that is so troublesome to play against the GP? I wonder.
And now the Skarner also being taken away, which, yeah, definitely kind of I feel like fits the same role as Vi. And I feel like in the previous meta, it was quite a big... Okay, Skarner was broken then, so he was basically permabanned. But it was usually the Vi Xin handshake, and I feel like Skarner was just like the top of the triangle. If he's open, you immediately pick him, and I feel like especially in the in the team comp, because suppression works so well on every single one of these champions. So to me, I think it makes definitely makes a lot of sense on why he would be banned out.
Yeah, and the Trundle ban comes out as well, so we'll see actually what they leave the counter pick for. It's going to be the Kiana, so now already it's such an aggressive comp with the LeBlanc, with the Kiana, Rakan, obviously.
So many squishies.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah, the Lulu being on the other side, so we'll see now what comes out from EFB as the response, and of course they will have to first pick the top laner.
What is it even gonna be? Because I mean, Xante wasn't really picked. If you want to kind of get something that's similar to a Scion, something you want a weak side, let it chill.
But you know, picking jungle, I mean, is Nocturne good here? I'm not 100% sure.
I don't really know, because I mean, Xayah can just ulti away. If you're ulting onto a Rakan, why would you ult on a Rakan in the first place? Then I guess LeBlanc also could throw one chain to break the spell shield, throw the other and W away, so I also feel like that's a bit rough.
But I feel like with Azir it is a nice pick of potential, but Sejuani...
I actually like that a lot.
Yeah, by herself she is pretty nice, and I feel like in combination with Azir, obviously the soldiers being able to proc the passive is very nice, but I feel like you want something like Renekton. Obviously, I mean, he has the best energy in the game with Sejuani, obviously with his W, being 2 or a 3 hit basic, just instantly popping the passive off. With Xante, I don't feel like it's that nice in those 2v2s, but for the rest of her team, yeah,
it's quite good.
I feel like it is nice, a tanky champion, obviously, because you have the Enchanter on the support.
Yeah, and Jax kind of rounding out the team comp here of Nightbirds. My god, that's one hell of a team comp.
Yeah, and that is pretty interesting. I mean, we are seeing the Jax for the first time being played on the top lane. He has been as a response to Xin Zhao in jungle a couple of times, but yeah, now on top lane, I feel like it's going to be very interesting. Obviously, very aggressive, so nice in the late game, and with the grasp will match the scaling of Xante a bit in the HP department.
Yeah, but also I'm kind of wondering, Nightbirds with the champions that they have. I mean, LeBlanc. And that mid to late game isn't really going to be able to one-shot these tanks, the front line. Xayah, it's going to take quite some time for her to shred both Xante and Sejuani as well. There's a Kiana in the jungle, who realistically is just going to be tickling tanks by that point. And Jax probably being the only more consistent tank killer because of his mixed damage, and of course W being an auto attack reset, stuff like that. Option to build Bork. There's, Jax is quite good in these situations, but still I feel like if you can't really kill the front line, of course the option is to kind of ignore them and focus on everybody else. You have quite a bit of engage, Kiana being able to kind of stealth herself, Rakan going in, but I still feel like that is a big concern, because 4 champions here realistically are one-shottable. If Sejuani finds a nice ulti, if there's a huge follow-up by Azir just shoving, or Shurima shuffling in this case, I suppose, like 3-4 people, I feel like it's going to be an out-to-one fight, and if you don't one-shot somebody, there's still a Lulu guarding them.
Yeah,
so
I agree, and I feel like these tanks are pretty hard to ignore, because Sejuani does have a lot of CC, so if you do just try and walk around her, it's going to be a hard time, as she has the slow, she has the knockback, she has the stun on her E and the ulti, and Xante is also a tank you can't really ignore, you can't kill, and if you ignore him for a second, you get one shot But a tank, obviously, I mean,
Yep.
that's what tanks do, they just one-shot you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Nightbirds may be overcooked a bit, and I feel like it's sort of a similar situation to the draft from EFB in the first game, where I think they're gonna really need to go ahead early for them to kind of even be able to play the game, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
So,
But now this swap does come out, as I feel like with Lulu, she's probably the most aggressive early game enchanter, as she has so much damage in her kit, and obviously being ranged helps a lot. But yeah, they will swap the Strode to top lane.
yep.
But now you are missing out on Jax, getting those grasp stacks, having a nice lane. But obviously, it is worth getting your ADC ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Choli ended up dropping quite low here, which is quite surprising, especially in the double melee versus double range
Yeah, I mean,
matchup.
just off the minions, he took so much damage because obviously he's playing very, very aggressively. But yeah, it's fine. It's so hard to find the null-in on him, and stunning, just being so aggressive with the electrocute is what you want to do in the mid lane. Baksha taking a turret shot, not preferable. But the Q is stacked up, so that DPS is quite nice. But yeah, both junglers just full clearing. It's interesting. Ari actually did reset after taking the 3 camps top lane, so he does have an extra longsword in his inventory, and with how fast his clear is, he beat the Skull Crab on time. But yeah, obviously Cripple being the melee into the ADC,
Yeah,
does hurt.
and even the minions ended up just kind of being there
Yeah.
passively.
And
gnawing away.
I also love the Conqueror from Strode, as they have such a beefy front line that you can stick it up really nicely. Bobista does go in for quite some damage. Baksha is a level behind, but Bobista now without his E, he's taking so much damage. The Ghost has been popped for Baksha, and here comes Bash as well to help out. And Bobista forced to flash out, with Baksha and Choli both having their flashes up. 1-1 in the jungle happening, and Bash does so much damage. Obviously, it's the tank. He just one-shots you. That's what tanks do in this game. And Adi is forced to move out.
Hashtag fair and balanced.
Yep. And Stanik, yeah, still just bullying Zaze. Obviously, Azir being a very, very weak laner in the early game.
Yeah, I feel like just Sejuani in this matchup is like a WWE wrestler. He just ends up breaking the back of a small jungle girl.
Yeah.
Booyaka, booyaka.
And obviously such a nice keystone, the aftershock giving you resistances, but then also the damage, because tanks in
In League, yeah. It's basically an assassin that's tanky, that's mobile. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's the League of Legends way.
Yeah.
But still, though, it seems like the top laners are basically even in CS, and the same situation even with the swap kind of happening for the ADCs, of course.
Yeah, and the gank is coming out on to Strode. He does goes, but the flash wasn't fast enough, and Cripple with his flash does secure the first blood for EFB. Adi can't do much in this 1v2 situation, and very nice way of punishing, and the double is beautiful from Cripple. Ari also forced to flash out, so that was a slight misstep, and they will be able to shove this wave in.
Oh, there might even be a dive if he ends up
Yep, I mean,
kind of
Cripple,
overstaying.
0 mana, he's taking so much minions, and Zaze getting also roamed by Peto will lose out on the entire wave, and yeah, that's a bit annoying.
Yeah, Stanik definitely kind of bringing the team along, as the Nightbirds do have a 200 gold lead, and I feel like it was mainly in the pockets of this LeBlanc.
Yeah, but now Cripple does have the plated steel cap, so obviously we'll have quite an easier time against Strode, and if the gank does fall, obviously Adi being an AD assassin does work quite nicely. And the first Drake has been spawned. It is the Infernal Drake.
Cripple can now just go for these short trades, kind of bonk away. There's going to be a nice knock up there onto Bash, who has escaped the clutches of those pesky birds. As Strode still hasn't hit level 6. I think he should be soon. But yeah, still no ulti. Cripple just kind of walked in, giving him a smack, and retreating. There we go. That's the level up. That's going to make him have quite a good time now. The minions here have been deleted, so Cripple will be taking a tower shot.
Yep. But it was a nice idea from Cripple. That is the combo. You have probably seen it with the third Q, knocking the back. You W them into the wall, and then you ulti them. And with good resets on the basic attacks, you can just CC someone for like 5 seconds and deal maybe 2000 damage. So Cripple does get a lot of HP from the first plant, but he's the one killing the Skull Crab. I don't think there will be a response from Bash. Yeah,
but Choli here has rotated, and that's quite a few members here for both teams. It's basically going to be a 4-on-4 if the fights do end up happening. And I feel like having an AD carry in 4v4 fights is just always going to be huge. So, Yunara is still on the bot side, just kind of fighting Jax, who's been farming. He's now ahead in CS, which is also quite good for Nightbirds. As Pito has arrived, birds of a feather. Yeah, yep. I'm on fire.
In a literal sense.
Yep.
Bobista. Bash is looking for the gank, but will star the dragon.
Yeah, it's just the LeBlanc is so annoying with of course having electrocute. She just goes in, goes out. I feel like Stonic just playing it borderline perfectly so far. He's up by 20 CS.
Yeah.
Feels like Zaze can't even do much.
But Stonic does take the turret shot, so it is very nice from Zaze, but obviously he does back now. But yeah, I mean, he's 20 CS behind, so that LeBlanc is just so annoying in the lane. But I feel like now that Zaze has some levels into his W, can trade back nicely.
They're swapping again. Okay, no, it doesn't seem like it. They're kind of sending their bot laners back to bot lane as now they've spotted the TP. And it feels like Sante's like, I don't really want to play against Xayah anymore, dude. Just give me a Jax. Let me actually fight it out.
Yeah. But still, Strode now is in a lead XP-wise, and Bobista does have more CS than Cripple, but Cripple does have the kill and the XP lead. Zaze getting deleted here, but will flash in with the ulti and a beautiful connection with Bash, and they will kill Stonic. So beautifully played, a flash for a flash and a kill coming in.
It's precisely what we talked about. It's the CC and just takes one good Azir ult to nuke somebody, like with 4 members just being so damn squishy. In the perfect world, I feel like, yeah, sure, Xayah will always have her ulti probably, but that's still 3 squishy members.
Yeah, but Strode is just bullying Baksha here as he is permanently level up on him. Trades coming in. Top lane. Surely being level 5 seems better. I wonder who will get the 6 faster.
Okay, the fight's still happening here in the top lane, but there's going to be a gank. Beautiful sidestep here by Bakasha, looking to kind of leverage his damage output now as he has ulted. He has popped his ghost as well. But it doesn't seem like there's going to be anything anymore. Another dash here ends up saving him, but the root will come through right on top of Choli. They're looking to lock him down, but it's going to be the flash and the heal from Lulu.
Yep, and they do slip out, but using obviously 3 summon spells and their ultis are now quite vulnerable under the turret. If
Oh, Hadi staying, I like that.
Yeah, and he does get level 6. I feel like this dive is going to be so easy, but to flash in, forcing Bakisha to flash, but he's now way too low to be staying here, so he will lose out on the cannon wave and Strode. Yeah, I mean, they have three grubs. They will be getting a lot of plates here. And Cripple going for the all-out with his ulti. Bobista flashing, but the Cripple just follows it out. And that's now a 3-0 in the kills for EFB, granting them the feats of warfare. But they are still behind in gold.
Yep.
Just with how nicely...
Tank gameplay.
Yeah, Nightbirds played the micro game, but yep, there's that one-shot combo, which I have talked about, and yeah, I mean, it's so disgusting.
Haha, funny. Thanks. Love it. Thank you, Riot, for balancing the game. Keck, W. Vito now kind of rewarding as he is walking through the bottom side river. I think he will spot the control ward actually. Now he's going to clear out the one in his tri-bush first.
Yeah, and look at this, Bobista was up in XP on Cripple, and that solo kill, Cripple is now 2 levels up on Bobista, which is quite a lead. One more try here on the mid lane, but Zazie didn't find a nice angle to ult stunning back in.
Yep. Now comes Audi. We'll see if they can maybe do something. No, it seems like they're just kind of warding them off. Not really willing to pull the trigger on the fights, as now the reinforcement pings will come through, as it does seem like there might be a nice little fight for Scuttle. The ulti will need to be popped here by Audi, unless he wants to be chain CC. Audi beautifully dodging and weaving now. Ended up escaping into that bush, as we do see that Cripple was quite close now on that realm, so had they actually pulled the trigger and went for the fight, I feel like that could have been turned around in seconds. All in all, that is a good read, Pito. Just kind of playing with fire. The plate will be down, and now that's going to be Polymorph. Beautiful ulti there. That's so much damage right on top of Bakisha as Stonic arrives. That's the superhero landing for a double.
Yeah, obviously, from the previous interaction, they didn't have their summoner spells, and the ultis weren't enough, but Strode a beautiful play with the feathers, and he even still has the flash available. She's trying to dive this with Cripple. Beautiful ult comes in. He is tanking the turret, so there will be quite some damage. Forced to flash out, back out, but Bash with the burst combo coming out from the tank that he is. She will just obliterate Bobista.
Oh my god, dude. Is it not funny that there's just a Sejuani walking you down underneath your tower and you just hear a punk? The hard steel stack.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. But yeah, Stonic just chipping away, being annoying as a LeBlanc should be. Audi, though, is actually doing quite a nice job here invading. He's already 40 CS up, but I don't really think he's going to be able to take this red. Pito, I think, ended up spotting Zaza, so... Also knows there's a control now, and their control will be deployed, so they know that they are now stuck on this ward. As it does seem like Bash is going to recall. He isn't really willing to come down here and contest this. So yes, I mean, so far so good. Audi is quite ahead in CS, but how do you kill Sejuani?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Strode is going to be quite strong this game, even has the Conqueror. And like I said, the only one really dishing out DPS is Bobista, but he is quite far behind. Obviously, does scale nicely, but I don't feel like these games are lasting for that long of a time. But still, we're a 4 against 2 on the kill tab. Nightbirds are still in a gold lead of almost 1,000 gold here at 15 minutes.
Do you maybe kind of get a really early LDR on Zaya? Is that the angle? Bobista looking for that engage. It doesn't seem like Ripple's going to be able to walk away out of this one scot-free. The root now will connect. The ulti ends up stunning him into a wall, but he's just so tanky. Can they even kill him? Kiana, she does have that execute, but so far he's living. He will be pulled back. Audi gets taken down with Cripple. Tank gaming, baby!
Yeah. I mean, obviously deserved. He has only armor in his items and no armor pen on the other side. You need to build armor pen to kill tanks, guys.
Thoughts?
because that helps. And that will enable EFB to grab the Rift Herald, and that being their second objective.
Oh, Strade. Doesn't seem like he's gonna end up being CC'd. That was a beautiful ulti. It does end up connecting onto Pito though. It was just kind of waving as
Yeah.
he's CC'd for a million years. But yeah, still though. 1-1 in rakes, the three grubs that end up being, of course, into the pockets, being in the pockets of NBS or Nightbirds, I think came in quite handy. Quite a few plates, I believe, are really the ones making the difference. Stonic now, just doing a lot of damage there onto Bakish. A cripple spots him. Look at that kill! That tickled. Oh, dude. It was like a 1 shield. Like, how much does he shield? Like, what,
Yeah.
what like 100? My god, it's just like no damage on the Xante. Big, strong fella.
Yeah, but they did force the flash out of Stonic. Drake is only spawning in 1.5 minutes.
Yep.
The tempo of the game has slowed down, but Stonic is scouting out the situation here. Bash trying to knock him back. Didn't seem to work. He does grab the Hunter Fruit to heal himself. But the same situation happening here. Ari misses the ulti, which does max HP damage, so that's a lot of damage that they have missed out on. But obviously Babista is really good in this all-ins, having the mixed damage, having the attack speed from his passive, but Cripple with the beautiful ulti. Does he win this? I don't know if he does, but he dishes out so much beautiful sidestep from Babista on the W. And they're still struggling, but they do finally get the kill in that 1v2. Beautiful stun there coming in from Bash. Sonic does take a lot of damage. The passive is popped, but they will find the... Peto does find a nice engage to stall out the situation, but they still do get the turret with the Rift Herald, who is now charging in again on the tier 2. Bash is finding some damage, beautiful ulti there comes in on Ari, but he does sleep out, but still Baksa is so good in this situation, since Zaze with the beautiful dash, he does find the kill on Peto.
Yep. Gold now being around 900 really isn't that big of a difference. Beautifully dodges that ulti. As now the TPs are coming through as well, but Jax has claimed the turret.
He's going to be a menace on the sideline. Maybe they can just even ignore this Drake and just do so much damage, but no, Zaze is backing, but Babista does have the TP, so I feel like there is a nice angle from Nightbirds to find the engage here. But Zaze did cancel
Still
his
no
back.
Kiana ulti. They're waiting on it. That could be huge in
they
this
backed
fight.
off, yeah.
Yeah, 4K. That was a nice leash by EFB, and
Yeah.
Nightbirds will gladly take that dragon for free.
But obviously, I mean, it's just one Drake, and they did force the TP from Babista, so... and from Stonic, actually, so 2 TPs, not bad at all.
Yeah, double it and give it to the next person.
And Zaze does have his TP, so that will be a nice advantage on the side lane. Here the fight happens on the other side of the map, and look at the CS difference in the jungle. 60 CS up, almost 70.
Yep. A little bounty now on top of his head. Just the 100 gold. I do love the Axiom getting pulled out here as the second item, just so he can spam away at those ultis. Babista now with the Trinity, I still think isn't really strong enough to fully 1v1 him, but I think he is in a solid spot. I feel like maybe on 2 items he's going to be having a bit of a better time. Pito will have to W and EOA, but since the love of his life is on the other side, that dash is just so big.
Yeah, it is. There is such a nice synergy. And Bash trying to proc the clank here. The heart still, but no time. And look at Strode showing so much CS in 20 minutes. Besh does flash forward on Peto. Bobista is stuck between 3 members, but he still deals so much damage. Kiana ult here is beautiful. Chol is dropping to such low HP, and so is Zaze. Stunning goes in, but can find the engage. Besh is here still with full HP. Buckshot to take little tempo. He does so much DPS and beautiful ult from Bash, and they will just find the pick on Strode, which is so huge. Adi trying to find an engage here, but it doesn't work. Beautiful ulti from Cripple there secures the second kill on their side, and the Arakan is on the map, so this will, I feel like, just go uncontested. Beautifully played by EFB.
Yeah, but I feel like Strode was quite unlucky there because the feathers seem to have hit Zaze, but he didn't end up being rooted. So that ulti felt like it was wasted. Had they gotten that pick, they feel like it could have been a completely different fight. The ulti of Adi, I feel like, found like what, one person in the end. So it just felt like a colossal waste of ultis and a really bad fight. And now with, of course, Otacon being claimed, it's gonna start snowballing for EFB. And of course, yeah, with the ulti that Strode doesn't have, he's just gonna get blown up by funny ice tank.
Yeah, and Ari trying to salvage the fight, but he was just the next victim. And now the gold is still even, actually. So 2 Drakes on the side of Nightbirds, 3 Grubs, and the turrets are equal. So still, I mean, could be anyone's game. Obviously, the Arakan is providing some nice lead, but Bakisha just got obliterated.
Gone.
Yeah, I mean, with the Shadow Flame finished for Stanik, he just dishes out so much. He had everything, but no time, as he was just one shot in the CC.
Yeah, there was just a speck of ashes where he once stood as he got demolished.
Yeah. And I speak, obviously, the Dark Soul stacks from Stanik, his second kill, and he's also quite a strong LeBlanc, but obviously he can't do that to Bash, he can't do that to Cripple, so in 5v5s, that is not really going to be an option to just use the full rotation of abilities on Bakisha, as he does have the peel from his team.
A lot of fights now for mainly Division, as the Drake will be spawning in 40-ish seconds. Bito here will be spotted as Adi is looking to slip away using the Dragon Pit. Just kind of dashing over the wall. Escaping once more. Strode can't really walk up to this wave. I feel like that's just too dangerous. Even with Azir now, kind of, with the finished Dry Lies, I feel like he's just tanky as well.
Yeah.
It's like, just look at the health bars on the team of EFB.
Yeah, he is. I think Stanik could have even won the Leandries this game, but Bobista does get the tier 2 on top lane, which is 700 gold. Stanik forced the Sholi to use his ultimate. He's so low, almost dead even through the ulti, but Cripple does back them off a tiny amount. But Drake is alive. It seems like this will be the soul point for Nightbirds, as Sholi uses an important cooldown. He's in the base. Yeah, third Drake for Nightbirds.
Yep. Nicely done there. I will say, Strode didn't recall with Bito, who obviously stood there so he could join him. So, unlucky. That's Rakan facing rejection. Wonder when that part of the lore is going to get added.
But yeah, still on Nightbirds side, Strode is 1k up. Choli again in a bit of a pickle, and he again lives with a slimmer of HP. That is very unfortunate for Stanik, as obviously when he just throws all of the abilities.
I mean, he did have to heal, so it still ends up being worth, because of course Stanik is just the assassin in the shadows, biding his time, waiting for a good opportunity, and it feels like every time he ended up finding Choli, who is now heal-less. He also had to pop ulti in his last fight, which ended up resulting in Nightbirds having complete prio in the river, getting really nicely along with the dragon, putting them on the soul point as well. So yeah, I feel like that if that's the angle they need to take, they definitely should take it. Just kind of force Lulu to use all of her resources on herself, so
Yeah.
she can't really peel anybody else.
But obviously, both at the time, Scholle was in such a bad position. Adi misses the ulti here. The flash ulti comes immediately from Bash, and there is such a nice counter initiative. And they are looking at this Baron, and it seems
Yep.
like they will force something out here. Obviously, it's still very early in the game, but you have 2 tanks to tank the Baron damage, so they will
Even
stay
Sonic was spotted.
quite healthy. Yeah, Zaze finding Stunning, forcing him out, zoning him out, and at least Bobista does get the tier 2 on the bot lane, and they will just have to let this go. I don't see an angle of how they do anything here. Bash does have the smite, and yeah, that is free, but Bobista cashed in so much with the tier 2s on top lane, tier 2 on the bot lane. There is so much gold in his pocket.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, and he slips out of the Azir ulti and the tier 2 on mid lane, so even though they just got the Baron, Nightbirds are still in a lead.
Of 2,000.
Yeah.
Almost. It is, yeah, they've just been playing the map so much better. And I definitely feel like they are waiting for the Lord Dominic of Strode and, of course, Stonic to kind of finish his Blight Jewel item. Vito was looking for that engage. Bash now is kind of running for the hills. Babista, maybe he will join the fight. No, he just, I feel like, used his E, but he ended up being slowed down here by Zaze. As every single member of Team Nightbirds is just looking to back off. I mean, they got enough. They can just comfortably recall. As you've just said, that was a tier 2. Like, the entirety of the bot lane, and they're being claimed by Babista.
Yeah, and obviously it just opens up so much space on the map as they can just shove those waves so far. But I mean, EFBL are looking so great in the fights. I mean, we have commented, like, they have 2 assassins. They have such a difficult job of getting around these 2 tanks that are on EFB side, and they're still trolling in the backline with the polymorph, with the ulti.
Yep. Zaya has completed the Lord Dominic. Stonic is now on the top side. He still has his TP, so if need be, he can teleport, considering that the dragon is in about a minute and 15 seconds. Cripple still just being so tanky, 3 items in his pockets as well, and Yunara has just finished the Infinity. So the Infinity, the Kraken, and the Huracan are going to be quite good in those team fights. He's going to be dishing out a lot of damage. Stonic now gets ulted, so Zazie will just take care of that clone.
Yeah, I mean, he's 2 levels up. On Stonic does have the item advantage, and even though he has the Zonya, he still has so much HP. And Ari already dropping to half HP. Bash is coming here, finding an ulti on Pero, does cleanse it out, but they're still slow, they're still running away. Bakisha with such an aggressive flash in. Strode with nice AoE with his ultimate does find the kill on Bakisha, but Peto is still 1 HP, and so is Ari, and now comes Cripple, being such a mobile champ. Does find the kill, the Bash finds the other, and it is 4v3, but Bobista with a beautiful flash in on Chole, so it is a 3v3 currently, but Eddie is on 1 HP.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a buck, Chief. Adi needs to stop being kind of in these really bad positions. Like, why are you, as an assassin, being in the front, opening yourself up to being slowed by a Lulu, and then being basically almost completely taken out? I feel like his decision ended up costing both Strode and Pito his lives. Their lives, rather. Excuse me. But, yeah, even now, there we go again. Adi. Just why?
Yeah, and they will deny the soul now.
Send PayPal.
It will be a 2 against 3 on the Drakes, but Nightbirds are still in a gold lead.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll see this once again. I mean, they obviously have such beautiful run them down team comp, but Bakisha did get a bit ahead of himself and soaked up so much CC and the damage from Strode. But then again, he is the most easily killable member of EFB. Next one, Chole, obviously dying next, but it still took Bobista. Stonic couldn't find the kill himself, and Bobista did have to use the flash as well to kill the Lulu. So, so hard.
Yeah.
For Team Nightbirds.
It is, 100%, and as you've said, of course, Adi having the ultimate that does max % damage, I mean, from HP, right? it's so needed in these fights, and it feels like the last two ults had to have been used defensively so he can run away, because he ended up mispositioning so often. Bubista now, looking to trade into Cripple. He also has 3 items now, so the healing from Sundered Sky, and of course having Zonia is going to be quite beneficial. Beto now, polymorphed, but he does have his ulti. He does end up charming 2 people, but it seems like the TP ended up coming through, and now it's going to be rough again here for the side of Nightbirds as they're running for the hills. Zaya popping her ulti will root 2 members. Adi right next to him, and Beto looking to kind of escape. He does have his E. Will it be enough? It seems like it will.
Yeah, Mikhails is doing God's work in these fights against the Sejuani, but still, I mean, they can run away, but they can't respond to these fights. I mean, even if, again, Bakisha does go in the front line and dies, and Jolly dies next, like, how do you kill these 3 members? Zaze buying some time with his Zonias. He is quite low on the HP, but just dashes out, and
yeah, everybody else here has arrived. So he's gonna make that escape. Baron will be up in about 20 seconds, and quite a lot of members here from the side of EFB aren't really close to the Baron yet. They do have some vision here in the jungle, so they might end up spotting somebody, but they themselves will be revealed by the plant. It seems like Ripple is looking for that 1v1 now in the side lane. As Adi is still around, I think he likes his chances against this Jax.
yeah, I mean, he has so much armor, and Nightbirds are starting the Baron on the top side. Team EFB are quite far behind. They do have the TP on Zaze. Obviously, Baron not being that tanky is dropping on low HP, but it seems like they do get the Baron, and if they manage to retreat,
So long!
just plus 1.5k in their pockets, and obviously the Baron buff now. They have built now a 3000 gold lead. Some beautiful spikes coming on their side. The Serpent, so Nadi is going to be doing nice work. The Void stuff from Stanik, and the 4th item coming in here on Strode, being actually the most fed person on the map and just choving away with 355 CS in 33 minutes.
Yep. This Infinity, I think he will want to put it to good use. As it does seem like Stonic here as well is going to be, I think, quite close to maybe potentially finishing his 4th item. As he still does have that Dark Seal. But yeah, now with these Baron-powered minions, they're kind of chipping away, looking to push those waves in. They've sent Jax, of course, onto the top lane, so he can be quick about it. Beto looking to disengage, and I don't really think Cripple can just blindly follow them now, as I don't really think they have vision on the rest of the members of Nightbirds. Well, they know where Adi is now.
Yeah. And obviously Zaz is looking so menacing now with the Rabadons. But this is waiting on the flank. Somebody needs to respond to the split push on the top lane. They are forced to retreat for now. This Baron is doing a lot of work. Bobista now needs to back away for a bit.
Yep, the Dragon is up in 20 seconds, so I think they're gonna want to start moving towards that objective. Because having that soul, I feel like, is gonna end up being quite good now, as it does seem like he will be blown up. Finally, that is what they were waiting for. Adi went for that flash ult, hits nobody again.
Yeah, I mean, Strode is doing the god's work here against those tanks, but obviously Bash is the less menacing tank. This cripple is still a problem with 4 items.
Yep. That's a solid chunk, I would say, out of Stonic. As Pito is just being really annoying to cripple. But yeah, that's going to be the Soul, and with the Baron, of course, they end up taking quite a bit of space now. Strode ended up being quite unfortunate, as it seems like every single member here is collapsing. The Feathers, they will come back, and Adi comes right on time to save them. Beautiful flash by Bubista, already amidst every single member that ends up kind of remaining. Zaze ended up getting away. Same thing ended up happening here for Choli, and now Bubista might actually end up dying. Lucky for him, he can see one of his teammates, but the ulti, it connects right on top of Adi. What is it going to be? Stonic, did he arrive too late? They are basically taking really long to kill him. Still ends up being a 1-for-1, and Tank Fiesta continues.
Yeah, and it seems like this game is actually turning out so well from Nightbirds. The TP is here coming in, and the smallest cooldown or the death timer here is on Bakisha with 15 CS and Cripple as well.
This might be the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think they will just end, and they have the redemption.
What the hell?
Oh, it's actually the enemy redemption. Bobista is dropping to 1 HP. But yeah, they will end the game here.
God, I think you can see how cooked our brains are.
Yeah.
Christ almighty, what an anticlimactic end.
Yeah, I mean, such an unfortunate game here for EFB. I mean, wow. I mean, at every single point of these games, the fights were looking so nice for EFB, but I feel like in these last two, I wouldn't even call them fights, I would call them skirmishes. Sejuani got obliterated, but that is because she was kinda in a 1v4 situation with Strode just being able to free fire on her, and Cripples was nowhere close to that fight to try to find Strode, and obviously nobody being in the back line. So in the last like 10 minutes of the game, they never forced a true like 5v5 back and forth fight, and at the end of the day that cost them the game. I mean, wow, and
yeah, it's unbelievable, honestly. And with Adi basically missing his last 6 ultis, it's unbelievable that they ended up even winning this. I'm not gonna lie. I genuinely thought that the second a good 5v5 comes around for Team EFB, that's gonna be it.
Yeah.
They're gonna grab, you know, whatever objective probably was left on the map, push those towers in, and end up winning the game. But unfortunately for them, they will be eliminated here at the playoffs, as Nightbirds will advance into the semis.
So we'll be going on a small break, and we'll bring Amy here to further discuss this game.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Congratulations to Nightbirds for going into the semifinals. I was having some doubts there, watching that second match of the best of 3. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's so sad. EFB were looking so good at most of the game. I feel like micro-wise, like on the lanes, they were a bit worse, but Nightbirds having the gold lead the entire game just off of the CS difference, and yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. But EFB were looking so good in those fights, with Bash being the main engager and everybody just following behind. They were just deleting them one after one, and then at the end I feel like, I don't know, they lost their focus a bit. They were just... Bash went preemptively on Strode with his whole team being behind him, and Bash being the only member really on his side. He just got deleted, and then everybody one by one got picked off, and that's exactly what the Nightbirds wanted with their comp. Jax works so well at picking off somebody, LeBlanc, the Kiana, and they just allowed their win con to come out finally. And yeah, I mean, such a sad loss from EFB.
Well, I have to say it was incredible, first of all, that they got into the quarterfinals. As we said 2 days ago, they played versus Zero Tenacity, and they managed to get through, so I think they deserve praise for that.
But here, facing off with a team such as Nightbirds, of course it would be much harder. They showed us what they can do. I hope that they come back next season. So far we have Nightbirds, Team Excellent, and Team All In with their positions in the semifinals. We're looking for the next team, and the next best of 3 of tonight will be Mouth Breathers versus Team 10 Euro Deal. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. I'm looking forward to this. Once again, yeah, it looked a little bit scary with this matchup in the beginning, but Nightbirds locked that in, so really great from them. But yeah, we're looking on to who's going to be the last semi-finalists, and starting tomorrow, who are we going to be watching in the best of 5 series. So let's go on to a little break, and I believe everybody's ready, and we're gonna go jump straight into the draft. Mouth Breathers versus Team 10 Euro Deal.
Back up, cause it's lit. Keep it cool, eyes go for the shit. Cause I'm ballin', look at all these chicks. Whip it up, all these rocks on my wrist. Bring it back. Bring it, keep it back. Look at all these charges, bring it. Bring it. Look at all these charges, bring it back up, cause it's lit. Keep it cool, eyes go for the shit. Cause I'm ballin', look at all these chicks. Whip it up, all these rocks on my wrist. Bring it back. Bring it. Look at all this, bring it back. Bring it. Keep it back. Look at all this, bring it. this, bring it. Look at all this, bring it.
Now move your body, it's just a beat. It's just a beat. It's just a beat.
Hello.
Yeah, hello everyone. We are back after the promised short break in the second series of the day between Mouth Breeders and Team 10 Euro deal for the final spot for the semifinals.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. What a road it has been. It feels like we were watching 70 weeks of Swiss just to be done with quarters in 2 days.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you've just said, final match in the quarters. It's Mouth Breeders versus Team 10 Euro deal. Both teams obviously being quite interesting, and with, of course, Nightbirds joining the roster of semifinalists as well. I feel like it's going to be quite interesting. So, yeah, I think we're still kind of waiting on the draft here to start. But still, though, I think we haven't really, generally, throughout these streams, have been touching on predictions, stuff like that. But I'm going to throw one at you now. Team 10 Euro deal, or Mouth Breeders. Overall, I think we kind of touched a little bit upon Mouth Breeders being a bit more solo queue-ish. But do you think the solo queue things are gonna prevail, or do you think it's going to be Team 10 Euro deal all the way?
I mean, would you call them solo queuers?
Well, not all of them.
Yeah, I mean, support player play for Giants, Movistar Koi, Neon on the Misfits, Schalke Vitality, SK Gaming Prime, play with Perks and Vitality,
Yep.
Barca Esports Los Heretics. I mean, and yeah, on the other side, I have done the research for Team Euro deal.
Yeah.
I know how stacked they are.
That's why I shot you the question.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, I don't really like doing predictions as a caster because I feel like, we have to stay neutral, we can't have favorites, but
Yeah, but it's funny.
if I want to do
if you're wrong.
objective calculations, using my
K. Einstein.
calculator here,
Okay.
I would say maybe €10 deal
Oh.
in a
2-1 or 2-0?
in a very. I think it could go in a 2-1. Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
What do you
okay.
think? Since you asked the question.
Since I asked the question, I believe it's going to be... I agree with you. I do think the Team 10-year deal is going to take it, but I think it's going to be a 2-0.
Wow.
Yeah.
No fate at all for mouth breeders.
But that's why I'm here. I'm farming interactions, and now the fans are going to be mad. They're going to enter chat, and we're going to get more impressions on the stream, so all calculated. But, yeah, the ban phase, the
We'll
first
see.
one.
Yeah, if there are fans, we would like to hear from you. We would like to see you rage bait us.
Yeah, let us know why we're stupid and wrong.
Yeah, and
You gotta.
the Caitlyn first pick, I don't know how the haters will cope with that.
I'm a hater of that, so...
Yeah, I mean, it is quite an interesting pick and a very aggressive now start from the Team Ted with the Rise, with the Jarvan, and what will be the response? I mean, Zinzao is open. He can back Jarvan off of the engage with his ultimatum, but...
Yeah, but also, what do you kind of pick with Caitlyn? Because, I mean, sure, is Nico open? Yeah, Nico is open. So you could go maybe for a Nico Caitlyn. I feel like that is a strong lane. Go for Xin as well. To kind of capitalize on having the early bot lane prio. But,
yeah, I don't think he'll pick the support here. I feel like he'll leave it for the second phase, as there are a lot of funny stuff you can pick with the Caitlyn. But you probably have to bend the Braum.
Oh, you need to, yeah. Yeah. But also, I feel like with Caitlyn specifically, a lot of the funny stuff that you can kind of pick has been... I don't really want to say obsolete, but...
The snake has been picked on the mid lane, which I really like. She's so tough in those close range or kind of melee fights. Of course, Rise doesn't have that long of a range, and if she does hit the poison, she can just smack him down, out damaging by far. And of course, her W works so well against Jarvan, and now the Ambessa has been picked, which again, having a dash after every single ability, the ground is going to be so nice here for mouth breeders. But yeah, we'll see. Now they did pick the top laner, so the blue side has the counter pick on the top lane.
Okay, Renekton will be banned. What else is it gonna be? I am wondering. Because I mean, yeah, in just the first 3 picks, you already for the side of mouth breeders, we've gone a bit exotic. Having Caitlyn this early on, and then of course banning Varus, because we've seen quite a few matchups of Caitlyn into Varus specifically, where Varus just, in my opinion, does everything that Caitlyn does, but he just does it better currently. So, makes sense on why you would ban him. The other ban here will be the Bard, so they're not really allowing for those roamy shenanigans.
Yep, and
So,
what will the last ban now
locked in.
be? Obviously, the both ADC and the support still is available for Team Dead. Do you ban the second ADC or do you ban... But yeah, still Braum is open. But then again, okay, the Ziggs has been banned as the APC option available. But I was going to say, yeah, Braum is not really that great into the Cassio and Zin and Kog'Maw. It's finally the newest pick in the arsenal, or the newcomer of this tournament.
A challenger approaches.
Yeah, that hasn't been picked, and now you pick the Lulu, obviously.
2 games in a row, Lulu.
Yeah.
Good
I mean,
pick.
we'll see what does come out, but obviously the Kog'Maw in his W matches the range of Caitlyn, and then again, if he does slow her, if she does misses the net, he can just run her down completely, and here comes the second challenger.
What is this draft?
Kled. Yeah, the Kled pick comes
This
out.
is content galore.
Yeah, obviously as a response to Ambessa, I'm not really quite sure how that matchup goes, but
This is
I
like
would...
a Baus strategy.
Yeah.
He plays Kled a lot.
I would
so.
guess it is Kled favored, but we'll see how they play it out. Obviously, the swaps are a thing now, and
Leona
Leona for the Kate.
it exists.
Yeah, but yeah, I was going to say, I mean, Braum does counter the Caitlyn quite nicely, but not these other champs, I feel like.
I think he still is good into Casio, because when she starts spamming away, he just brings his shield up, so... I think into Casio, he's okay, but into Caitlyn, he's great. Everybody else, I feel like he just kind of... I wouldn't say really sucks into, but...
yeah,
still,
but I would say, like, even into Casio, I mean, if he is thinking for his team, I feel like she just melts him, especially because he only gets armor from the W, so the magic damage is going to be so vast. But yeah, I mean, Alistar just a nice all-around, you know, tanky, in his ultimate, the tankiest champion in the game. Yeah, he's going to be quite nice. Into the Leona, just...
And my god, what a way to start game one.
Yeah, with Kled and the Kog'Maw.
What the hell, dude? But yeah, as I've said, I'm not really the biggest enjoyer of Caitlyn 1, so that's nothing really out of the ordinary. I do kind of like the Caitlyn Leona, but I feel like also Caitlyn for a few years now has been functioning really well with these like AP champions that you can shove those waves in, that you can fight basically anybody that has like some form of a root, like be it Lux, Caitlyn, that was really prevalent. Even now I feel like Nico Caitlyn is quite strong, because the second you hit your root as a Nico, you start popping your ulti and there is a trap beneath that person. So that's just a poof, 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 one and done deal. So I personally maybe would have liked to see the Nico here and maybe go for a bit more of that frontline thing going on in the top, since you already kind of know you're playing into an Ambessa. But hey, the Kled has come out to play, so we'll see what Kled can do. Leona still, I feel like, is good though with Caitlyn. So
yeah, and obviously very aggressive team comp now with the Kled ulti that has so much potential to just enter a 5v5 for free. I mean, we have seen games, which series it was, the standoff in the mid lane, like with both team having a poke comp and then being like for 5 minutes. Yesterday we watched the first series. It was team all in, I think, versus
maybe it's in the papers.
Someone, but yeah, and that happened because like nobody has such a good engage, and everybody was waiting for a response, so nobody pulled the trigger. But now with Kled, if you do spot someone, his ult is, I mean, almost undodgeable late game, especially for a Kog'Maw who's so immobile, for the Rise it could be. So and of course, it's not only you, the move speed enables your whole team to come crashing down.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one.
Yeah, and look at this. Neon opted for the teleport on Caitlyn, which honestly I think it's very nice.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, what is a Kog'Maw and Alistar? Jesus Christ, I forgot the guy's name. Bong, 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 bong. As he's just smacking the bell, but
I mean, usually, and Kog'Maw is actually going for the AP build, which has been buffed recently, is quite nice, and usually he wants also to run the TP, but against the Leona, I feel like in 99% of the games, if you see Leona, you're forced to cleanse. Yeah, especially because, I mean, he's immobile, no gap closer, so he would need to flash the Leona ult every time, which is not always available.
That's a red snake. I think those are quite rare in Europe.
I mean, I'm seeing one right now, and I know what you're talking about, but yeah, I would not let her bite me.
Yeah, for sure. Camelius already kind of establishing the dominance, forcing Steel back and Avarice off the wave. As it's just going to be a bit of a farming fest now in the bot lane, but level 2 here already for color, as Nile looking to trade aggressively. It does seem like that Kled likes those odds.
Yeah. He's just so turbo aggressive, also opted for the grasp, so seems like by far the most popular rune in the top lane. Only a few times we have seen the Conqueror, but Grasp almost always.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of the current like meta top laners don't really go for these all-out brawls. I feel like it's just a one-and-done trade and like, okay, job's done, later.
Yep, and I feel like that's so depressing, but I mean, it is what it is. You have to adapt.
Yep, absolutely. But, yeah.
Nafkela taking a lot of damage in those trades mid lane. Seator, obviously, I mean, Cassiopeia is just so oppressive. If the Q does hit, she gets the move speed and so much damage from her ease. And yeah, Nafkela just forced to flash out. He can't really even trade back. If he does try to root her and proc the combo, proc the phase rush, in the meantime, the amount of times she eat you, she will out-damage you. And now Spooky is going to be on the top side. Scuttle Crab, no name, is just finishing up his clear. I just noticed his tag is not the same as the team. Color is getting ganked here, and yeah, no escape even if he does flash. There is no escape. Spooky just preemptively flashing there, but still, they did get the kill.
Yeah, that's one of those rare situations where Kled is just really forced to run away, and Kled doesn't really want to run away. He wants to constantly bash you with his blades and stuff like that. But that's going to be a donation here from No Name, as he was looking to tower dive Nafkela, who flashes, survives with single-digit HP, roots him under the tower, and says later. Yeah, quite a few forces here, and now Camilius will be stuck under the tower, taking quite a bit of damage now. But still, it's the early game Kog'Maw, and especially since he ended up starting Ring, he can't really do much more than kind of barf on the floor.
Yeah, but I mean, just look at how much damage it's coming out.
Yep.
From Everest. I mean, his abilities also without tier 2 boots are quite hard to dodge. You really need to juke them out. I feel like the straight up dodging is very hard, especially the closer you are. So, and then again, even if he has no cooldowns, he can just turn up W and still damage you with basic attacks, because, yeah, that is very, very fun. The Mountain Drake is going to be the first one spawning in.
Yeah. Still, both top laners being quite aggressive. Color might end up losing. I forgot the lizard's name. Oh my god.
Skarl.
Skarl! Yeah, might end up losing Skarl quite quickly. Because he's just been so aggressive.
Lizard, don't you disrespect my boy like that.
I mean, it's a big ass lizard.
He's a friend.
Well, he's a friend that leaves you in a fight? Is that the kind of friends you like?
I mean, he just needs to heal up coming too. Tactical retreat, as we call it, but yeah, Collar now losing to Skarl, but still has so much damage with his W. The grass is popping, but Nile does hit the ult, and he doesn't go for the all-in. Collar is very, very close to getting the Skarl back up, so Nile will not risk it. Obviously, Collar also had the flash for the ulti, so I feel like he could have just popped in aggressive flash, and all in all, a nice 1v1, and there are those all-out top lane we love to watch.
Yep.
They just make the game so interesting.
not the two scaling tanks just sitting behind their towers waiting for the waves to kind of come to them. But yeah, the TP will be used as Spooky is arriving here at the bot lane. Neon still though just quite a few meters or units rather outside of his range. So
Teemos.
Yeah, a few Teemos, a few too many Teemos for Spooky to reach him.
But yeah, Neon does get poked out, and it seems like they will have to let this Drake go. Spooky is on it, and Neon just takes so much poke damage, and obviously the fleet is not yet healing him up that much. He does have the refillable, but still, I mean, two abilities putting you to half HP is just so annoying, and yeah. Now they do get a dragon. Sator does get rooted, but here comes the counter initiative with enough Kela, but Sator needs to be wary of Spooky, who is level 6, so he's pretty dangerous. He will try to cut it out, but a beautiful two-man prison there, and Seator's dropping very low. He does have the flash up. Camilius doesn't though. Camilius finds Spooky and Nafkela.
No flash, he can't.
Yeah, no range.
Yeah, that is unbelievable. That looked so good here for Team 10 Deal, but ended up being quite unlucky. Nile now beating Color down, but the Lizard, or Scarl in this case, ended up coming back.
Yeah, and here comes
And it
Neon.
goes away again. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Nah. He's like a JoJo stand.
Okay, never mind, then I won one. But,
But yeah, now they did swap out. Neon will grab some plates, and he's like, yeah, I'm not landing into this Kog'Maw anymore. Like,
yeah, I'm done, brother.
he's probably so mad, like getting hit every 5
Yep.
seconds, and yeah. But now he knows how it feels like, you know, that's what Caitlyn would do to a regular ADC, so...
Karma!
Yep.
But even though she isn't in the game,
Yeah, she isn't, but she's still active. But it's
doing,
Team
doing the karmic
Offbreeders
duties.
that will be taking those grubs, and already the first one is taken away, the second one is so low, it does look like a response is coming from Team Dead. And still back, knocking Seattle back, but half HP, and he's dropping to...
Yeah, Navkalev was just machine gunning, but
Yeah.
it is so funny seeing Rise kind of be the machine gun that still doesn't really output that much damage because I feel like he's just doing all these things with his hands, but
Yeah, we'll see this game once again. Spooky just preemptive flashing for the W stow in the case that Camilius does flash out.
this was the unlucky one, yeah.
And yeah, I mean, there's the power of Cassiopeia. I mean, she just does so much damage, taking up that Conqueror. And
Does
yeah,
her
they
E
just
proc Leona
demolished them.
passive?
No, I think just the basic attacks. Okay, pretty sure.
Because I think that would have been quite insane,
But
honestly.
still, yeah, I mean, just so much damage coming out of Seattle there. But still, not that fast of a game. The goal is pretty much even, only 2-1 on the tab. So the feats of warfare have not yet been claimed.
Yep.
One objective on both sides as well. Oh, Neon got chunked so much. Just be very careful of Nile, who did use his ulti, but
Still does have the flash, so
yeah.
there is always an opportunity for an Umbissa with those 17 dashes to get close to you and just flash on your face. But yeah, Neon now on the top side seems like he isn't having as much fun as he thought he would be. Ever since kind of he ended up leaving Kog'Maw. Color might actually be looking to go onto Navkala with his ulti. You know, depends on where he kind of ends up pathing from. Yeah, he cancelled his recall. I think they maybe wanted to pull the trigger, but no, it seems like he's just doing a roundabout. You know.
Yeah, and the spikes have come in. Thunder Sky for Spooky does flash in, trying to predict the flash, but it was close, but not close enough. Neon does flash out, but it's beautiful stick back with the double combo, and they do find the third kill for them, and that is the feats of warfare for Team Ted. Very, very nicely played by Spooky. We are going to see this once again, and yeah, obviously Neon even got out with the net, but it wasn't enough, and he was so low.
3, 2, 1. Huh.
Yep.
3, 2, 1. It's like I'm counting down. Anyways, Spooky in the topside jungle. And Alice, or Steelback in this case, seems like he might actually run into No Name.
But yeah, also on the other side now spikes have come in. Thunder Sky for No Name and Rod of Ages for
Why is his name
Sayato.
different? Why does he have RBT?
Yeah, I did mention that. Yeah, he is sub-in, it seems like. So he's the odd one out.
Yeah, I was so confused, but
Yep. Because Mafro was the jungler that used to play for Breeders, but it seems like he's subbed out. But yet again, 1-1 happening here, but Collar does get chunked quite a bit, but he has his W and just chunks him to half HP and goes with the ulti. All in, Nile doesn't have that many cooldowns left. We'll wait that out for them, and now he goes in with the ulti, and Collar just gets the Scarlet in time. You see, Skarl always comes when you need him the most. Yeah, but your mid laner doesn't, so Nafkela will just cash
Yeah,
the
mid-gap, honestly.
Yeah. And he does get taken
Yeah,
out.
the JoJo stand dies, and the user with him. Well, here
they go
comes the
for the
Legion
re-engage.
ulti. Yeah, beautifully done. It does seem like No Name still kind of is fishing around Avarice, firing away here in the backline. Nafkala with a TP. Nile also ended up joining the fight, a 4v4 now, as it seems like it's more of a standoff rather than a fight. Not a single one of these teams really wants to engage. So there was a lot of TPs wasted, both Nafkala and Nile.
Yeah, on the other side, no TPs used, and you also did get a pick on Spooky, denying the chance of Team Ted to start this dragon. But now Collector has also fallen into the hands of Neon. And everybody actually now with full items. Color with the Titanic Eclipse for Nile. Who Color already
He's just eating away
4
at these
plates. Yeah, I think
plates.
Neon got like 1 plate on top lane. This was all Color. But Steelback is coming here to roam. Nile doesn't have the ulti, but it's such a mobile Ambessa. Color trying to dash out, but he also needs to flash out. But that does enable Mob Raiders to start the Dragon or not. They're going for the dive of Kella now in a BO3. Does put the phase rush and just flashes away.
Yep, nicely done there. 3 members would have definitely been more than enough to take care of him. Color still, though, being quite aggressive, and you know what? Color me surprised. Kled is doing wonders.
Yeah, he really is. Even though he's 0-2, he's still just straight up chilling, and seems like this will be the first start. I mean, the 3 grubs are doing so much work. Spooky coming topside yet again, trying to kill Color for the 3rd time, and him already getting this chunked. Yeah, it's going to be it. A nice kill for Nile, and the 3rd death for Color.
I'm just saying, technically, all of these fights are 2v2 because Skarl is present. So.
And actually Spooky getting caught once again. I mean, the Thunder Sky healing is so nice, but so is the CC from Camilius, and that is the first kill for No Name in this game. And
yeah, but now that I'm looking at it, you know, of course, with Avarice kind of going 8B, I feel like they're Nile and Spooky. I don't know if they're going to be consistent enough in outputting AD damage.
I mean, probably you don't even need it. I mean, who can stack MR really on the side of Mob Breeders?
Oh, that is a good question. I mean, I feel like...
I mean, they probably can go like 1 or 2, but still, I mean, Ambessa does so much damage, and she has 30% armor pen when she is level 16, so just having 80 in her items will enable to do so much.
Yep.
And if someone goes Black Cleaver, either Spooky or Nile, just Ambessa is going to be dealing true damage.
Yep, that is a valid point. Now, quite a few people here in the bot side jungle. As it does seem like Camilius has spotted Steelback. They still are on a ward, but they're going to quickly take care of this blue buff. Spooky needed to flash to get out of this. Steelback, he just can't move. CC'd for 2 centuries as Camilius is now back on top of him, but still, it's his ulti that ends up allowing him to kind of live. As even with the spellbook now, he does have the exhaust for these fights, which I think is going to be quite crucial as the dragon has spawned. I feel like with the way that mouth breeders have kind of taken control of the river, it seems like Spooky is going to be the one pulling the trigger, trying to get color off Skarl. He does so quite successfully. No Name now. He gets the exhaust right on top of him as Camilius just dives forward, but so much damage into that backline. Beautiful flash by Nile, dodging the Cassiopeia ulti. What can they do as they get mowed down? It's Team Dead all the way. Camilius probably will actually be able to escape using the blast cone. But yeah, as now they have regrouped, they're gonna take care of this dragon. Nafkala just went back to farm.
Yeah, obviously so nicely played by Team Ted, but they are still behind in gold, similar to the situation we have seen in the previous game between Nightbirds and EFB. But obviously this will grant them the Drake, which is now their 2nd one. And this game as well, the opposing teams have gotten the first turret in the Feats of Warfare, so we are waiting for someone to take the third objective.
Yep.
But still, the most crucial part about this is all of the kills are really on carries of Team 10 Deal. We can see by the bounties. So they are going to be pretty tough to deal with. Nafkela and Seattle did get a lot of ages at the same time, as we can see by the stacks. And also the Seraph is very close.
Avarice, though, just being... Oh my god, the barf. The barfinator. Yeah, that's the Doofenshmirtz's new invention. The barfinator.
But yeah, you can see nice engage from Spooky there, but still no damage dealer from the side of Mouth Breeders was really close. Ayator was not in a good position to dish out any damage. I mean, all of the tanks were really fighting there, so yeah, that was pretty easy for the side of Mouth Breeders. And still, if Neon even was there, he's still, I think, far too weak to dish out any meaningful damage. I still feel like he needs 2 more full items. But still back, maybe will be caught here. He's CC'd for an eternity. I mean, he can move and he finally does get picked off, and Team Ted can't really respond. That bush is full of wards and traps.
Unfortunately, yeah, he isn't really able to move, but the red buff still does end up kind of being yanked away. But still, though, 19 minutes in, gold still in the favor of Mouth Breeders. 2 Drakes for Team Ted, but with the grubs, it ended up being a bit of a feast for Mouth Breeders, just grabbing those plates. What are they gonna do? 18 seconds before the next objective spawns, and now it seems like the trigger here has been pulled. Sayatra was spotted. It's gonna be the ulti, and the stun is just wonderful there. Nafkela, he really cannot move now. The shield kind of comes through. Maybe he is looking to get out of the pit. He will have to flash. Beautifully done. Avarice now free firing onto Neon and Nafkela. It's just, you cannot run away from the strides. The EWQ is just so annoying, and it takes so long to actually free yourself from it. And the Otacon is the destination of Team, and now the gold actually is in their favor.
Yeah, but not by a lot, but still, I mean, this Otacon is going to be huge for Team Ted, and definitely will accelerate their game and make them quite stronger. And now, how do you respawn? Seattle obviously does dish out a lot of damage, but it's very close range, and we can see just how much Spooky did by himself. I mean, he just went unpunished for such a long time. Even if Kela, they're popping so aggressively, but he doesn't get taken out, and then everybody comes in from Team Ted to finish the job. And yeah, we talk about damage, but I feel like Mouth Breeders are the ones without any damage. I feel like Neon really only one with the consistent damage with his kit, but he's still 2 behind. I feel like Caitlyn only really starts popping off after 3.5, maybe 4 items, and before that it's going to be such a tough game.
Yeah, I mean, headshots are really going to be hurting, especially for Nile, for Nafkela, for Avarice.
Yeah, but
gotta get to that point though, yeah. Collar will be knocked up here by Spooky, but seems like that's all they're gonna end up doing, as Avarice was just chipping away at that tier 1. But now with No Name and Seator kind of taking care of the tier 2, Camilius also is hovering around. Nile isn't really even gonna get a chance to defend this tower. Here come the reinforcements. It's Avarice and Steelback. Nafkela is still on mid. He does have his ulti, so I feel like if a fight does end up kind of breaking out, he can of course join it.
yeah.
But Color is playing with fire, honestly.
Yeah, he is, and I was just about to mention that Ted still have a lot of towers to take. Actually, this is only the 3rd tower that they have taken, so they will cash in a lot of gold off of those tier 2s. And now they will try to put themselves on the soul point, and it seems like Mouthbreeder still don't have the proper response. I mean, this game is kind of looking like a smooth sail to victory. I really don't know how Mouthbreeders retaliate.
Yeah, the 5v5s are just so rough for them to play, which isn't really something that I feel like you would say, especially looking at their comp, you know? But, yeah, I think that Avarice and Novkala just end up kind of chipping away at a lot of the HPs of Mouthbreeders, and of course, once Avarice does end up finishing his third item, I feel like it's just going to end up being even rougher, and Neon now might actually be the person they look to annihilate, and it does seem to be the case. Camilius also ends up falling the roots directly on top of No Name. Even the ulti will not be able to save him.
Yeah, he just got deleted by Novkala, and
No, it wasn't Novkala, it was the redemption of Alistar.
yeah, I mean, that the only thing that does true damage.
Real!
True!
Big brain!
But yeah, I mean, tier 2 now falling and preparing for taking the tier 2 down bot lane as well. Yeah, I mean, still like so many chests of gold left unopened for Team TED, and they are now in 3.5k.
Maybe they find a golden scar?
Well, I mean, Kled has found him.
Yeah, the golden scarl. Oh my god.
Now TP is coming in. They are pinging this on Team TED, but not all of them are close by. And now Seator does go for the defensive item, which is the Zonya.
Yeah, I mean, all of his items are kind of defensive, since, of course, Cassio can dish out a lot of damage, but doesn't really have boots, so kind of want to stay alive, but...
Yeah, I still think, yeah, Neon is the biggest problem. He really needs those items. Still, I feel like he doesn't do anything to their team comp.
Yeah.
He needs so much more items. I don't know, obviously Kled, I've talked about how good of an engage he is, but if you're behind, do you try to pull off anything? It's so risky, whatever you do.
Yep. I feel like the second you even just do an engage...
And Steelback is already falling back low, but Spooky with a beautiful engagement in the backline. And here comes Nile with the TP. He is trapped, but they are so low on the side of Mouthbreeders. Everybody pretty much is full HP on the side of Ted, and they're taking them one by one. 2 members already down. Everybody just 1 HP. Double kill for Avarice, and they are all taken to the clean ace by Team Ted, and I feel like this will be the end.
GG! But yeah, 25 minutes in, I think it's evident why I'm a Caitlyn hater now, and I will be until the end of my days, or unless they actually end up.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't really blame him. I feel like he's the one that lost the least this game. You know, everybody was just so fed on the side of Team
the
Tech.
pick doesn't do anything, and it was first picked.
I don't know. I don't think the Caitlyn pick was that big of a problem here. But yeah, this was a pretty clean performance by Team TED, so very nice job for the game number 1. I mean, from start to finish, they did play such a nice game, and I feel like the top ganks were so crucial. I mean, they were just killing, Caller off cooldown on that Kled, and they just got so far ahead.
Of course, Cassio in these team fights, she's so immobile. If she, like, I feel like at one point, it was the first fight, Nile ended up flashing behind her in the ulti, so he just ended up obliterating her in a 1v1 because she can't really do anything. How do you escape on Ambessa? Second fight, I feel like she hit maybe 1 or 2 people again, but with just so many gap closers on the side of Team 10 Euro Deal, and Caitlyn not really dishing out damage, and you have a Cassio who is every fight running away because there's maybe 2 or 3 people right on top of her. It just felt like they could not really play those fights out with those champions since they ended up kind of falling behind. But we'll see. Still one more chance for Mouthbreeders to kind of bring it back, so we'll be going on a small break, and we'll be back with game number 2.
style and pattern. Yeah, I got the style and pattern. Hey, I got the style and pattern. Yeah, I got the style and pattern.
Big bad bass for your head top. Bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top.
Big.
Head top. Bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta get for the lamp on a trip cutting me. Yeah, it's like that, I'm in the girls' mentions. Yeah, it's like that, she got good dimensions. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up, hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. 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 I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta get for the lamp on a trip cutting me. Yeah, it's like that, I'm in the girls' mentions. Yeah, it's like that, she got the dimensions. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up, hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. 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 I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention.
Hello everybody, we are back after this short break in the second series of today and the final quarterfinals series to determine who goes on to the semis.
Yeah, we will see for whom the bell tolls. As we shall see now who ends up being on top of the Mouth Breeders on the blue side. Seems like they might be rethinking some things a little bit with the draft, especially Vi being banned.
But actually, Mouth Breeders were blue side the first game and actually stayed after losing on the blue side. Team 10 Year Deal are currently 1-0 against the Mouth Breeders, so yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, maybe somebody's ears are ringing. You never know.
Yeah, probably they do need to rethink their strategy for this game. Because I feel like their draft, had potential, but it was so hard to pull off, I feel like. But so we'll see what happens this time around.
Yeah, I said my things. I was a hater of Caitlyn. I still am. But we'll see now what they got in store for us. Of course, Orianna will be banned. Same thing with Wukong for the red side. I feel like you can't really let these champions slip through anymore. It's going to be the Talia here as a bit of a ban here, even though the Rise was taken off the table, so the only other big roamer could potentially be Galio. But we'll see, though, what they end up banning as their final one. It's got to be the Kiana, which quite a strong champion. We've seen quite a few games, I think like 3 or 4, and almost every single one, I believe, was won. So
yeah. It is, yes, such a nice pick, and now the Azir is going to be banned out, so...
still waiting to lock it in, though. Syndra?
Yeah.
Okay, they still are deciding which mage they kind of want to let through. But I would not be surprised to see an Azir 1 now, since he ended up kind of passing through this phase. But what else can you really first pick? Jarvan was taken out, Xin was taken out, Wukong isn't really available, same thing with Vi. So I feel like that was probably the only correct option to go for.
And you know what to do now, you lock in Sejuani Renekton. I feel like that would be huge from Team TED, because we saw, I mean, even if EFB did lost, how good of a combination that is. Sejuani and the Azir, but it's going to be the Scion, so they will be weak siding, and boom, the third challenger appears with the Yon big
Cinema
on the side of Team TED. Yep,
absolute cinema.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. What else to say? But how will it pan out?
It is an interesting matchup because the funny E interactions on Yone and just not being able to kind of be CC'd, I feel like is really good, especially into the ult of Azir. But Trundle now looking to smack the HP of Sion away. What else
and
are
obviously
you
can cancel his ulti, can
Yeah.
cancel the Q with the pillar. So it does work quite nicely, and there is a very aggressive jungler, as you also mentioned. So what is the role that's going to be picked now?
Yeah, I mean, Pantheon is available here if they do want to pick it, but that would be a direct counter. Essentially counterpicking yourself, because we've seen Trundle just kind of walk into Pantheon's jungle and start smacking away. But with all these options, I feel like you kind of have Yone who can blow somebody up. That's a good engage. Maybe you kind of go Viego. A lot of ADCs, of course, are still open. Kai'Sa, Yunara wasn't banned and she wasn't picked yet, so maybe a Yunara as well, because we've seen a few Yunara Corki matchups actually, so wouldn't really be surprised, but it's going to be the Smolder. We're going for the Giga scaling.
Yeah, I was about to mention, so that's going to be interesting, a bit of a turnaround from the last game, and yeah, I mean, Yon is obviously a very, very aggressive pick, so you probably need to match that in the jungle. Now the problem is this is pretty AD heavy. I mean, Yon does have like mixed damage, but not really that much reliable AD
Yeah,
damage.
maybe you just go for Lilia. I feel like that would be a wombo combo, kind of. Getting the Lilia sleeps, Yone could of course just follow it up, and then the Smolder ulti comes to mow down all the members who are asleep.
And I was going to say nice band then with Rumble. I feel like Rumble would work so well with Mouth Breeders. Just strong siding top lane, and Trundle being able to set up him so nicely, and obviously Azir with his ulti. And there is an Ivern ban from from Mouth Breeders. I don't know how Ivern would pan out in this team comp. I mean, obviously it is nice with Yon as he wants to go in,
Even
but
with Smolder kind of defending him, you know.
yeah, but then in the early game, like, what do you do? And they picked Trundle, probably the most aggressive jungler.
Yeah. I don't really know, but we'll see. There definitely was a method to madness, as the saying goes. But Cho'Gath also kind of being yoinked away.
Yeah, and that is a champion I'm surprised we haven't seen yet in TETS. I feel like he's very nice and competitive. The builds he can do, like, he can just be a basic tank, but he can also go for the Proto Belt, wield Hail of Blades, and you just don't expect so much damage to come out from his E and then just eating you away. So we'll see now.
Yeah, with Maokai also kind of being taken off the table. I feel like you really need an AP jungler, but I mean, well, what else can you kind of go for? Because, you know, you have Sion on top, you already kind of locked in Yone. I definitely feel like you either need an AP support or an AP jungler, but Lilia just works so well in this team comp, so
I do agree.
that is going to be quite nice, as the order has been served with a nice bell. We'll see though what ends up being picked now, especially considering that, you know, what's going to be the support? Yeah, it's going to be the Rel. I was about to say, you know, with Leona also kind of leaving in game one. I feel like that is quite good. Also, Lilia quite chunky, like in the later stages once she gets to 3 items. Sion, of course, being really tanky. On the other side, you know, Trundle, he isn't really that tanky. Azir also does build Rylai's, so he's kind of in between, you know, and Rel basically being the first tanky kind of member here for the side of Mouth Breeders, and yeah, they needed something, and it's gonna be the Toot.
And the 4th challenger appears.
Hell yeah!
2 series, 4 new champions we haven't seen yet played in that, and a beautiful pick. Yeah, I was going to say they need a tank, but also mixed damages. Azir being the solo AP of his team, where Ornn I feel like just works so nicely, and nice engage from the Rakan. So I feel like these team comps are very nice on both sides. I feel like
definitely, and especially I would like to see Rakan build Mikhail's this game, because it's another Bell, but also having Rel. Nobody else really kind of, I feel like, does the funny Mikhail thing, as you have the knockup of Orn do actually, of course, bonking with Brittle, he's going to be doing a lot of damage, but still I feel like if one CC ends up hitting Smolder, he is going to be having a rough time, so he's going to need to stay back, let the front line, because everybody is melee here, so I'm kind of scared for Smolder if he does end up being the victim of his team diving in. I feel like that's going to be a bit of a tricky thing to do, because we've seen mainly mages kind of in the mid lane, so you would always have at least like maybe a mage protecting your AD carry if things do go haywire. This time around, they don't really have that, so it's going to be an all-in kind of team comp.
Yeah, so I feel like this is going to be such an interesting game from both teams, and it's very hard to put a prediction on this one, because I feel like every draft has their strengths and weaknesses, so we'll see how the game pans out. Will Team Eurodeal continue the momentum they have built up from game number 1, or have Mouth Breeders rethink their strategy and will pull out through?
Who knows?
Game 3.
I personally am a bit more of a fan of Team 10 Eurodeal here. I think it's just a bit more straightforward, it's a bit easier to play. Also, they have so much mixed damage. Yone, even though he doesn't deal a lot with his passive, his steal ends up dealing mixed damage. There's a Lilia, there's a Smolder who's going to be burning people away, of course, once he gets those stacks. So all in all, they have good scaling, really good team fighting. Even in the early stages of the match, Smolder really being the only one lacking, because Lilia's W even early on deals so much. Yone, depends on what rune he ends up running, could still also be a really tough 1v1 champion on level 3 and after. So I'm really excited. I do think that if I had to put some money where my mouth is, I definitely do think that Team Ted might end up taking this 2-0.
Yeah, I am inclined to agree, but I feel like there's so much outplay potential on the other side with the Orn potentially grouping up some like 4 or 5 members with his ultimate. Even though it is a knockup, it is such a long CC, could do a lot of work. Obviously the Azir with his ultimate, there is so much potential, and Corki, I feel like he blows up much sooner than the Smolder in terms of like 2 or 3 items. You can really feel his presence. And yeah, all in all, I feel like this is going to be a very, very interesting watch.
Absolutely. As we are still kind of joining the game, but yeah, it's, as you just said, Corki does definitely go online a bit sooner. But also the thing that I've been kind of wondering about, I don't know if you remember the game where, I don't remember who was playing Smolder, but he wasn't even fully stacked, and he just sent a W on 3 people, and it did like a quarter of their HP.
Yeah, but that is because when you hit someone with your W, it spreads to other people, so they've all spread it to each other. But
yeah, but still, though, that's an insane amount of damage for
yeah,
not even
it is, but
fully stacked up.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not gonna get a really 5-man W. I feel like they really need to be standing in a pile.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Smolder does have nice numbers, of course. I mean, even without the execution, he does deal a lot of damage in the late game for sure. So yeah, we'll see. But the problem is, of course, he is ability reliant. He doesn't deal that much off of the basic attacks alone.
Yep.
And with abilities come the cooldowns. So yeah, we'll see. But obviously there is the Rakan, like probably the favorite support of Smolder, grouping people up, and then the Ws and ults can come out and deal a lot of AoE. So yeah, we will see. I am wondering about the swap, since both teams have Big D tank.
Yeah, I think you just sent Smolder to stack.
Yeah, I mean, for sure you do, yeah. I agree.
But also, counter swap, and then it's just 2 ADCs. That could genuinely happen.
Yeah, I agree. I think they really should expect a swap coming in from Smolder, as you've said, just a free stacking, and we will see. Will we see the tank and the supports leaning against each other?
I would be the happiest person in the world.
Just Lucho solo queue games coming in.
True.
In that.
I mean, it is funny, and especially because Ornn is picked, it does my wonderful friend is a big Ornn enjoyer. We do end up playing Ornn quite a bit on the bot lane. So
Yep.
yeah. Even though no enchanters or no AP damage dealers on supports, which is the crucial part of the Lucho solo queue strategy.
Yep.
So that's the only thing that ends up kind of lacking. But I would love to see just a 2v2 fist fight with two tanks on the bottom lane and their supports.
Yeah. But the biggest thing about Ornn is he's the GOAT, so
Yeah.
will,
LeBron!
will the GOAT come on top this game? Is something we'll see.
If we ever do end up joining it.
I am hit by the Lily ulti
Yep.
as we are waiting.
Snork me. We ain't really got any info, so yeah.
Oh, we do have info.
Here we go. Yeah, the info has arrived. We're going on a small break, so BRB.
And we are in, everybody.
Yep. There were some connectivity issues, I believe, but now those issues have now been resolved. But yeah, we talked about the team comp quite a bit, as the swap hasn't happened for either team, and I feel like that is genuinely kind of Team Ted missing out a bit.
Yep, I am inclined to agree. Maybe they will go for a swap after finding some info, but I don't think it seems so, yeah. We'll just see the matchups as they are. The conventional route. I think this is the first time we are unhappy that the swap is not happening.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it was really the last year that swaps blew out and everybody just did them, and it was so boring every single time watching bot lane just 2v1ing the tank, them being 0 CS, them being Dove, and yeah, it was such a boring meta.
Yep. Conductor Ornn, though, which is the best skin. So Choo Choo, as the train is leaving the station. But yeah, still though, a nice bonk there from Nile. Just those grasp bonks now are going to be coming from both of these tanks. Nafkala just being so aggressive, and that's going to be 2v2 here, in which Avarice takes quite a bit of damage.
And he pops the barrier.
Yep. Does get a stack back, and yeah, I mean, Nafkala, it's just so rough, of course, in these early levels to play melee versus ranged, so...
Yeah, but he did go in, so he chose to do that himself, and he did get punished back, but he does have the Doran shield, he probably has a second wind.
Which is why I think this trade was actually good for him, because if Lilia does end up kind of coming around, and once he hits level 3, I think there is an angle to just genuinely go all in.
Yeah, but if no name comes mid lane to gank Nafkela, that is low.
Yeah.
Potential both sides, and top laners as well. Two tanks smacking each other so much, both dropping a bit low.
This is like the the cruiserweight category of UFC in the top lane.
Yep. Sayater really so smacking Nafkela. But Seattle doesn't have any pots remaining, and Avkela does have the D shield with the second win, so some sustain.
Yep. Kohler just walking away. Niall probably didn't buy the ticket, so he's a bit angry. Yeah, Avkela still trading so aggressively with lethal tempo. He even needs to flash. He was afraid of the flash basic there, I believe. And the flash from Camilius on top of Avarice doesn't actually connect that Q, and that is so rough. Sayator now still somehow alive, but as you've just said, No Name being able to come a bit sooner. He might even find a double.
He does have the flash. And Spooky doesn't, yeah. He does double out, but no, it's a double kill from None. Beautiful re-gank and unfortunate start for Team Ted.
Yep. Still though, really well played by Mouth Breeders, and now comes the re-engage. Steelbag being quite a bit aggressive, especially because I feel like in this lane you would kind of expect the Rel to always jump on the first person she kind of stuns. But yeah. This is probably looking to be frozen. Let it go. Let it go. Can't shove my wave anymore.
Yeah, beautiful.
Thank you. Just came up with it on the spot.
Yep. Good job.
Thank you.
And, it actually did force Neon to stay on the lane, so he didn't back, as the supports did, and that will enable him to come on the map. But now, as Neon did shove this in, will be a beautiful opportunity to recall finally. Again, the Mountain Drake is the first Drake on the map.
Still though, Sion just a teeny tiny bit ahead here. There are quite a few minions here that Kohler can still farm up, but yeah, this matchup seems to be going quite well for Mr. Nile. Here comes the TP, so Azir will be kind of joining this dragon fight, as it feels like Nafkela is low, needed to use the TP after he ended up dying, so that's going to be a power recall from Azir, who might even just do so much damage that Nafkela even needs to recall again.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the TP available, but Drake is going to be started here for No Name, and yeah, it has been demolished. I mean,
yeah,
he's such a good DPS fighter with the W and the Qs. Spooky hovering here on the top lane, doesn't have the ultimate, which I feel like is pretty important, especially for taking such a beefy boy down.
Yep.
And he's just going to recall. 0 camps currently on the map, so junglers I feel like are a bit bored, trying to find something on the map. No Name is level 6, meanwhile Spooky isn't. And he will also just back and say after, yeah, he's really bullying Nafkela here in the mid lane. Not something you want, as if you fall too low, the all-in potential isn't there, as Seattle can just respond with his ulti and pop you, and it seems like he is looking for it. I don't know why he didn't go in. I feel like he did have range for the ulti.
Yep.
But he's still going to be patient.
Yeah, the Yone is quite behind now. So we'll see. It seems like Nafkela just he can't really approach the wave, and if he can't approach the wave, he can't really heal with the scepter. So that's just good spacing there from Sayator, who just keeps forcing him off. Camilius was looking for that QW, but Steelback immediately just ends up running away. That's going to be W though. So some free stacks here for Avarice in these little skirmishes. I mean, Color is kind of getting whooped in this matchup, which is quite surprising to me. Even the Cull bought for Nile, so even though he is already up in CS, he's gonna be up in gold even more once he does finish that item. Spook. Spooky now, also spotted by No Name. He does have the flash, which I think is gonna have to be used. So No Name now with the flash from Spooky will immediately start smacking those grubs. So that will be uncontested, and this is probably the prime time for Mouth Breeders, as they will probably end up taking all 3 grubs. They've already taken the first Drake. Things are looking quite good for them. Nafkala just being so aggressive, ults him back. Here comes the W over Khan, but it can't really do much. Sayator still has his ulti.
Yeah, Nafkala is suffering quite a bit in the mid lane. Almost 20 CS down, and of course the death from No Name a couple of minutes ago. Still 2-0, only 800 gold of a lead for Mouth Breeders collectively, but they are 2-0 in objectives. Emilio's doing some damage on Steelback, and Nafkala tries to go in to dish out some damage, but he does get out. Obviously both supports with the unsealed spellbook. Seattle forced to use the defensive ulti as Yuki is hovering here. Collar could look for an all-in here. He does have the ulti, but these biscuits are healing Niall so much that actually,
I feel like a funny thing could happen with the ultis.
Oh, it comes out. Boom. The Brittle will not, yeah.
Yeah, because if Niall, I think, had more mana, and if Collard wasn't directly under his tower, the second that Ornn ults, and he's trying to get in, you just ult into him.
Yeah,
So,
both pretty low on mana here, and both are pretty cautious as well.
yeah, but no junglers in sight.
I mean, Collar, yeah. No mana. Nile did level up, and Collar forced to flash, thus bonk him for the grasp.
Oh, the top lane shenanigans.
Yeah, and that obviously is very sad that he had to flash. Beautiful control word will opt to run out. But No Name with the Trinity Force and Sayator with the Nashers, both such huge spikes for them both.
Yeah, the mid-jungle duo is quite online. On the other side, yeah, it's been kind of rough here. Nafkala couldn't really find basically any good trades, and in the early game, I feel like he ended up kind of overcommitting maybe on that initial fight, so he ended up losing quite a bit of HP. Niall now just looking to pop that W, stack some more grasp as Spooky is here in the bush. Oh, they know it's the engage now. That's probably going to end up being a sleep. Still, though, not really willing to fully commit to it. I'm wondering why it took so long to pop the ulti. It's going to be the W, but he cannot run away. That's going to be the first skill for Team Ted. And that's going to be the second Drake for Team MP.
Yeah, and that is the feats of monster slaying for Mouth Breeder. So if they get a kill here, they will get such an early feats of strength there. They're melting this tower down with the 3 grubs. Obviously Ever is ulting to clear the way, but they still get the 4 plays. The TP is coming from behind. Neon didn't take a lot of damage. No, actually.
That was the bowling ball.
I mean, yeah. The TP changes have me losing my mind, but a beautiful Shurima shuffle there from Seattle. Spooky running, but he's just a deer in headlights for Mouth Breeders, and they find the 3rd kill, and
Bombi's gonna be lonely.
yeah, and such early feats of strength, I feel like, for Mouth Breeders. All the team Ted has is that 1 kill.
Yeah.
And obviously some plates, but Mouth Breeders are so proactive on the map.
Yeah, Nafkala looking to stop that recall, and he will do so successfully, with both supports also roaming mid lane. Does seem like Nafkala is just being really aggressive, trying to shove that wave and loses half HP again. He just can't do anything in this matchup. It feels like he isn't really allowed to play. But then again, he didn't really end up grabbing a single item that might have been good for him. As far as the AP is concerned, just went and rushed the Bork.
But now spikes are coming in from Team Ted as well, with the Borg, Leandris, and the Essence River Everest. I feel like he's such a nice spike, just so he's never low on mana and always has the option to use the abilities and of course spam them to stack him up. But after that kill, Kohler has fallen quite behind in XP and in CS. I mean, 30 CS up. Nile doing a tremendous job, having the call as well, which is going to be a nice pop of gold. But Kohler did finish Sunfire on lane, which is a nice thing Warren has going for him. But now a Trinity Force as well for Neon, so the ADCs are matching in full items.
Yep. I mean, like, Sion is 30 CS up. Like, my god, dude. That is just so rough for Color.
Yeah, and seems like the first turret will fall for Mouthbreather, so they got every single stack for the feats of strength. Shows just how much work they're putting in this early game. But Nafkela does actually a nice trade with that Borg, but obviously it doesn't do that much damage when they're lower HP and forced to flash out.
That was the ulti.
Oh my god, the what's it called? The turret, the rune for turrets.
Demolish?
Demolish, thank you. Just did so much damage.
I was like, what is he saying?
Yeah, I
what
mean,
is he
help
trying
out
to
here,
communicate?
But a beautiful re-engage comes here on the Nile, and he's just a sitting duck here. Sajator does take the kill, but obviously spooking, waiting in the brush, and will not pop his ulti, so they are chilling still on the top lane.
What a time to be alive. 4-1, gold lead, about 1,000-ish, more than that, but yeah, that's gonna be nice. Engage there onto Sayator, but just the ulti deals so much damage, forces both of them away. Nafkela will probably be able to grab himself a double kill now, coming through, shut down in his pockets. Camilius, I don't really think can make it out of this one. Even the heal, I feel like, was a bit unnecessary there. Even the flash now. That's two summoners they ended up kind of taking, and Neon, flashing really aggressively on him. But a Steelback looking to run away from here. Nafkela ended up adding quite a few gold coins in his pocket.
Yep, for sure, but of course Neon did grab the trade back, and they still are in a 3-kill lead, and nice gold lead of 1,000, and will now grab the Rift Herald. I mean, they're just taking everything on the map, all of the objectives that were available, the turret. I mean, obviously Team Ted with double Infinity Stackers do have something going on for them, but it's also quite dangerous to let Mouthbreathers snowball through the roof. Neon goes for the very aggressive 1v1. Everest popping the ulti on the barrier, but never mind, it's the Corki who has more damage in his hit.
Yep.
Alvarez did have the flash, maybe if he flashed ability or two, but Kohler fighting here 1v3, he is a very tanky goat. The Rift has been dropped in the middle of the fight, and No Name stuck in a very weird position, does get in the Rift, so he will be able to get out, but I still think they will have to let this Drake for Team Ted. The beautiful ulti from Nile goes in, Kohler retaliates with his, but it misses, and Sajator does so much damage, he kills Steelback, knocks them back, and actually they are pretty low.
My god, what a fiesta of a fight. Kohler is still making quite a bit of space here for his players. Nafkela is going for that aggressive trade, but he just gets demolished as now Trundle, he has healed up. He's looking to grab himself another. It's going to be the Q knockup that might even end up saving Spooky. But because of that, it does seem like Nile will be the one who dies instead. Sayator will actually be popped here. Shutdown going in the hands of Spooky. I feel like that should have been donated, honestly, to Avarice. But it is what it is. I think you want to smolder online as fast as possible.
No, I actually think it's better if Spooky and Nafkela just get fed to carry this early game, because Ever is obviously getting stronger by himself, stacking up. And yeah, speaking of Kela, need to do a lot of work in this early to mid game to keep their team afloat, because for now it looks like Mouth Breeders are just the avalanche that keeps on getting bigger and bigger, and already three people with 2 full items on the side of Mouth Breeders. It's not looking good for Team Ted. 2.5k gold behind. Did grab the first Drake for themselves, but still, they're losing out on so much.
Yeah, nice stuff overall. The gold lead, as you've just said, just is slowly but surely expanding color. And this 1v1 where Nile does have the Titanic.
Yeah, that is interesting, and he's going for the Lord's Blood Mail, it seems, with the double drills.
Yep. Well, maybe he just wants to mine. Who knows, find some diamonds.
Yeah, but he also minding his business on the bottom.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I mean, both of them just one-shotting the waves. I mean, what else do
Yeah.
they do? Wow, he outplayed him, chunking him.
Yo. He autoed him.
I mean, he did do quite some damage to Collar, so he is actually recalling, and Neon just plays so aggressively on Smolder and push his barrier. I mean, the Q and the stacked up ultimate. Yep, he's so low. Popping the ulti. He doesn't have the flash, but they didn't full commit actually. Neon was the one taking the turret, even uses the barrier there.
Yep.
And Kela is a bit menacing, so he can just run away.
He will have his flash up soon, but okay, we talked about bonking and like, oh, he's autoing him, but he's autoing him.
Yeah, I mean,
quite a bit harder.
Yeah, Collar didn't back and at the end, so he was pretty low. Now he does back, but that will guarantee the tier 1 for Nile, which will be the first turret for Team Ted. And actually, if the game continues to be this slow, it does look good for Team Ted, but now the Arakan is on the map.
Yep, Smolder also looking to get that Infinity as soon as possible, as he, of course, is going to stack on Krugs. Probably the most, I feel like, efficient jungle camp for him. Still Nafkala just taking the turret shot and just a lot of damage from Corki in general. He still hasn't stacked up the Manamune, but the second he does, yeah, the output is going to be insane. So although Smolder just kind of chilling, grabbing the top waves. Seems like these last few little fellas might actually end up being donated to Avarice just so he can stack a bit more. I don't know on how much stacks he currently is. I wish we could kind of get that info.
Yeah, but still, I mean, even if he does have a ton, I still feel like Neon is so stronger and very close to the Manamune and or the Miramana, and when Miramana comes, it's going to be a beautiful spike. But
Yep.
yeah, still Team Operator still looks so online. We're going to see the replay of this Drake fight once again. Camilo soaking up so much damage. He did get finally taken back, but Sayatar just doing such beautiful work.
Yeah.
Being so confident, I mean, standing there, dishing out damage, and then finally the ult comes in to save himself and the Caller and No Name finally coming in. Spooky did grab the Drake, but they did lose out in the fight.
Yep. Couldn't have done much more than that, as we are kind of slowly but surely making it back into the action. Atakan has spawned, and I feel like both teams aren't really going to be willing to drop this one for free. 2 items have been finished here for Avarice, so I think he's going to be quite happy with that, and his horns are glowing. So I do think that he has quite a few stacks. which is, of course, going to be huge. Here comes the Ornn ulti. Will he line them up? He will not. It's going to be the flash and the dash of Nafkala that ends up kind of saving them away. That's going to be an ulti that ends up hitting only one person, but still, that is quite a hefty chunk of damage that Color ended up taking.
Yeah, but look at this. It seems like Avarice is over 225 stacks, as it was a mark of execution on Color there.
As I said, the horns are glowing and they are quite big. So this little dragon has become rather quite strong now. Does also have the Infinity Edge, so those crits are going to be quite huge. Yeah, that is quite a lot of damage now that he's providing, as he is burning them for quite some damage. The heal will come through, so the Ignite isn't useful. But I will see now is it is an all-out brawl. Beautifully done there. Camellia somehow ends up grabbing the kill. Here comes the redemption as well. And the team fighting is just so sloppy. Will Neon burn away? He will. That is all they needed. Avarice still doing so much damage. The Zonias will save Sayator. And if I'm being honest, I don't think this is too bad for Ted. 3 for 2.
4 for 2.
4 for 2. But I do apologize. But still, that's a lot of gold that ended up being grabbed.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree that it does look good for Team Ted, but now, not because of the outcome of the fight. The outcome of the fight was just beautiful from Avarice, obviously. 4 for 2, them grabbing the Drake, if I'm not wrong. But it does look good for Team Ted in the sense that Smolder was so good in this fight,
absolutely.
and he's just getting started. He only has 2 items. So, yeah.
And he did end up grabbing a kill, grabbing 2 assists also, so...
Yeah, but obviously Mob Raiders did get more gold, now in almost a 3000 gold lead. Nafkela using his ulti and all of them getting more items. Seator close to the Rabadons.
Last Whisper has been picked up by Smolder, but Nafkela, as you've just said, doesn't really have the ulti. Steelback is stuck. He does not have the flash, and it's just going to be enough to take him down. I don't think this Atakan is going to be contested, so...
Yeah.
Boys, back to scaling.
Yep. Which will be harder now, as Atakan is such a nice objective.
Yep.
Just giving you so much gold in value, giving you XP, giving you so much adaptive force. Yeah, I mean... What do you do now? Seator's making away at the tank. Obviously the little tempo is so nice. Forces the ulti as well. Nile still has his flashes. Doesn't ulti, gets pillared, and Kohler is the one that will grab that kill. And they find a nice pick onto Nile.
Nicely done. As, yeah, it's just so rough. I feel like the pick-off potential of Mouth Raiders are just quite big with all of these ultis, and of course the pillar just slowing somebody down, maybe Ushirima shuffled somebody back. So, Mouth Breeders do have quite a bit of that pick-off potential, and I feel like they're playing really well into it, because a full-on 5v5 brawl, I think once Nafkela just ends up not being blown up in 2 nanoseconds, and of course Smolder becomes a bit stronger, maybe around level 15, 16, once he has like 300 plus stacks and 3-4 items, I feel like that's when team fighting is just gonna get really rough.
Yeah, but it does take some time to get to that point. In the meanwhile, 3 of the members of Mob Raiders got their 3rd item. I mean, the Rabadons for Seator, the Shojin for Neon, and the Visage for No Name. I feel like such nice spikes. Color also creeping up to them with that gold. So, yeah, I don't know how the next fight will look like.
Because he's waiting. No Name with the pillar, but the only person who ends up being pillared is Nile. So no harm done. Once again, there's going to be quite a bit of vision on the top side of Ted, as far as the jungle is concerned. Can't really do anything, as it seems like they're fully on the defensive, and nobody can really take the top wave and the bot wave, so that's going to be quite a bit of gold here that ends up being wasted, or rather not picked up. As we do see quite a few pings here for Baron. Nufkill, I think, was maybe looking to jump on top of Neon. Still back now, will be spotted. Loses about almost half his HP just from spotting Azir, who, as you've said, is just really strong with those 3 items completed. Trundle, is he bonking it, or is he clearing wards? Because he's been there for quite some time now, and I think that's the Baron that ended up being started.
Yeah, they don't have any vision here, but they know something's going up. The vision will be now brought. They are aware of what's happening.
3 items also now on Smolder. So we'll see what ends up kind of happening here.
Yeah, that's a huge spike. Spooky.
Oh, 3-man sleep!
And they will just continue the rampage, and Camilo just gets popped. That's the first pick of the fight, but they are dropping quite low. Nafkela with aggressive flash in, but misses the ulti, and that's now, I feel like, detrimental for them as they just continue to ravage them. Avaris is still full HP in the backline. Seattle drops to 1 HP, and if they snipe him out, they won't, and it's still a 4-on-4, and Team Mawbreeders backing out. Here, Everest has so much frontline going on for him. He's completely untouched in these fights. If Nafkela didn't do such a big mistake, or if he did hit Neon and found him, I feel like
the fight is just GG.
Yeah,
that's Baron.
And they do get the Drake that has a bounty on it, so that's nice gold in their pockets. And Mawbreeders are still on the soul point.
Yep. Nafkela will be back soon. He does have a TP, same thing with Nile. So if it does end up being a rerun, that could happen. Steel back now. Will W away. As okay, I don't really know what he was doing there.
Yeah, I mean, he was full HP for the entire fight, but if he does get caught, he is one squishy Drakey, and he's 2 levels behind on Neon. And they will just now start the Baron yet again. They have the mid prio because of the Azir turrets that waves are going to be pushing into Team Ted. Baron is dropping quite
no
low.
ultis.
Yeah, no flashes. Really, on the damage dealers of Team Ted, the Baron is already slain, but Nafkela with a beautiful ulti, and just still back continuing. But no, the damage is coming from the side of Mawbreeders. But never mind. Now here comes the Lily ult, and Sayator goes in to finish this fight, and it looked so close for Team Ted, but Sayator just does a beautiful job with the triple kill.
Yep.
For him, and Mawbreeders doing a clean ace. Only Camilleo's dying on their side. It looked so close. Everybody dropped so low, but
yeah, this felt like a swing.
yeah,
it looked so good for Mawbreeders, but then it was really good for Ted, but then it was really good for Mawbreeders,
Yeah.
and then oh.
And it looks like we will be watching game number 3 as Mawbreeders are taking this one for themselves. And definitely a deserved win.
Absolutely.
As they were just doing so well in the early game. And honestly, I feel like the game was decided on the double kill in mid lane, like level 2 or 3 with the counter gank of the newcomer jungler, no name.
No name. Yeah, okay.
But yeah, the double kill was just beautiful, and from then on, Seattle just permanently bullied Nafkela in mid lane. Nafkela was just trying to scrape some CS, and Seattle was always there in the fights and was always ahead. And
yeah, definitely, I agree. I feel like if Nafkela didn't end up falling that far behind the Azir, I feel like that would have been almost a sure win of this game. Because Smolder was doing so much damage, Nile, it feels like, just couldn't die in the front line, and it was unfortunate because I feel like the second that Nafkela just went in, he got popped. Lilia, same thing. And since Azir ended up being like, what, level 17, upgraded item, almost 3.5, 4 maybe items even in the last fight, just one ulti, deleting Smolder, deleting almost the entirety of HP of Lilia, and what else can you do?
But yep, that is it. We are going to go on a short break, and we'll be back soon for the game number 3.
Yeah, I got the style and pattern. Hey, I got the style and pattern. Yeah, I got the style and pattern.
Big bad bass for your head top. Bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top.
Big
Head top. Bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top. nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta get for the layup on a trip ketamine. Yeah, it's like that, I'm in the girls' mentions. Yeah, it's like that, she got good dimensions. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up, hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. 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 I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta get for the layup on a trip ketamine. Yeah, it's like that, I'm in the girls' mentions. Yeah, it's like that, she got good dimensions. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up, hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. 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 I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention.
And we are back after the small break, and we are in game number 3. It's currently 1-1 again with Mouth Breeders against Team 10 Euro Deal. So this is the last game in TEDs for one of these teams. So now we will find out who that team is.
Yeah, who's going to semis and who will unfortunately not even be touching the prize pool, because whoever wins this is already locked in the top 4 prize pool. So we'll see. Already though, we got rid of 20 champions, so that's already quite a hefty roster, and with the bans coming in, we're gonna get rid of 10 more. So not a lot of meta options kind of left on the table, so I'm wondering what the teams are going to cook up, as we do see basically the same bans from the red side that we've been seeing all tournament. It's the Wukong, it's the Orianna. On the other side, though, it is a bit different. Lee Sin is another ban that I feel like only happens in Game 3. I don't really think Lee Sin is banned anywhere else. Same thing kind of with Syndra, because I feel like she isn't really that prevalent, and it's the same thing with Ahri. Like, why aren't more teams opting into Syndra early? So, that is the question. Xante also will be taking a nice little sit back.
Hiatus, yeah. A hiatus.
Yeah, a hiatus. Indefinite one.
Yep.
So, Vi also banned.
Makes sense. And Kiana.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense. We will now see what the response is going to be from the Mouth Breeders. Team Tenure Deal did lose the last game and opted for the blue side, but it's actually funny, in the first game they did win on the red side, but now they chose the blue side. First picking the Kiana, so now we'll see what the response is going to be. You have the Nocturne, what else do we have? Talia. Could be a jungler, possibly. Could be very, very funny.
I mean,
probably not.
We kind of ended up losing Zen and Jarvan. Vi is banned. Wukong is banned. Kiana, I don't know, maybe you get a Zed. Maybe you kind of match the lethality output of
that
Kiana.
Would be spicy, but Pantheon's open, of course.
Yes!
Yeah, I mean, game number 3, letting them take Talia Pantheon. It is quite troublesome. Now, how do you even deal with that? I mean, I feel like you just...
Wait, hear me out. Talia ults, and Kiana ults her into her wall.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, it does work, of course, but
Yep.
let's see
Yunara?
Yeah, Yunara.
Quite good, I do like it. Kai'Sa is still available for grabs, I believe, yeah. Same thing with Xayah, even though Rakan... Was he yoinked?
Yeah.
He was yoinked last game, yeah. So Xayah is available, Kai'Sa is available. I wouldn't really be surprised to see Kai'Sa. Aurora here as a bit of a flex pick. Could go top, could go mid. We'll see, of course, as the ban phase keeps going. There's going to be the Kai'Sa, which, once again, is just the consistent damage output, and I feel like that's something you really need with both Talia and Pantheon on your team. I don't know why I got 2 pens now. But, yeah. Main thing being, of course, these 2 champions are going to be looking to roam to essentially put Kai'Sa, or whoever the top laner ends up being, ahead, so they can start just popping off in these big fights. But ban phase number 2. I don't really think you want to let Nautilus through. That ended up rhyming, but...
Yeah, and now they did ban out the Braum, of course.
So good in this, especially in this.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely should, and not a lot of options. Then again, on the bot lane.
Yep.
I feel like you also ban out the Poppy, as they do have the Pantheon and the Kai'Sa.
I think you got it.
Okay, I know this ban makes sense. But, like, what is there even? Somebody go Blitzcrank here, it would be very, very funny. I feel like Mouth Breeders go Blitzcrank.
No, you think?
Yep.
I mean...
Pulling them in, then Pantheon and Talia do their job.
Yeah, I mean, Blitzcrank would go crazy. Just hook somebody, there's a Pantheon immediately on top of you, and you're already up in the air as well, so... Yeah, but as you've just said, Poppy needed to be banned. Same thing with Nautilus, I feel like.
She had to go.
Yeah, she is way too strong in this team, into this team comp, so... Yeah, with both of these really big disengage kind of champions, and with Alistar also being used in the first game, he too will not be able to really join the fight. So now the question is... Janna?
No.
Okay. I tried. Anyways... Nico as the final support, that ends up being taken away. I feel like, with Yunara, I don't really think you kind of want that AP damage dealer, so it makes perfect sense on why you would ban it on the other side. But Rumble, still one of the stronger picks left. What do you even get to match him? I feel like, what even is left at this point for top lane. Like, sure, we've seen a Kled, but I don't really think we're gonna be seeing stuff like that,
Yeah.
especially in Game 3 as you're fighting for the prize pool. But I don't know.
I don't know, Remington is open.
Yeah, I don't think Aatrox works that well. Because
Yeah, I mean, Aatrox does have a hard time. Oh, nice Galio top lane. That is actually a perfect pick and counter pick to the Rumble, and now opens up a lot of macro options for Team Ted, as do have the Talia and the Pantheon in the enemy team. But yeah, I'm really interested in what the supports are going to pick, because okay, the Blitzcrank.
You called it!
Yeah, not on what side I expected. I expected Team Ted to kind of afford to pick the Blitzcrank, but I mean, what do you pick now into the Blitzy?
yeah, that is a good question. Maybe a Thresh or something.
Maokai?
Maokai could work. Yeah, that is true. I'm genuinely wondering what this ends up being, because you don't really have a front line, so it needs to be something quite chunky. All of these
Yeah.
champions. Okay.
Oh yeah, how could I have forgotten about
Sure.
the
A Mumu support.
bandage-wrapped little guy?
I feel like we haven't seen him in quite some time.
Yeah.
I know he was really oppressive at one point, and there was the whole well, that combo was used even if Amumu was in jungle, but like I feel like he just gave MF free lane, and level 6 2 ultis popped, basically double kill. So Amumu here is gonna be the support that's the curveball in this entire draft.
Yeah, he's very interesting, and obviously
Yeah.
a lot of AP damage on their side, so that works great with the Amumu. But I don't know, this game is going to be so fun to watch.
Yeah, this is gonna be a bit of a banger. But yeah, that's a lot of mixed damage. Kaisa being AD/AP, of course Talia being AP, Rumble being AP, and Amumu technically being AP. I feel like Mercs are gonna be really huge this game. But also, if you think about it, the only one really with heavy CC technically is the Amumu, because Talia kind of needs somebody to either dash, or if she needs to throw somebody in those rocks to be stunned. Pantheon does have that W, but other than that, those really, if you think about it, aren't that long, big CC cooldown things. On their side, there's a Galio who's going to be knocking you up with the ulti, will be dashing into you. There's going to be a Blitzcrank who's going to be hooking you and knocking you up at the same time. Of course, Kiana technically is having one of those short route kind of cooldowns, and for the rest of the team, there really isn't that many left.
Yeah, but a lot of aggressive picks on both sides, really. Spooky with the first strike. Obviously, Kiana is always such a menacing pick, but now the Aurora as well. But Everest, of course, did opt for the cleanse because of just a moment having that point and click CC. You can't really dodge it because it's instant at it's such big range, and Camillus also has Ignite, so that cleanse will work really, really well for Everest.
Yep. Absolutely. Especially on the general pick-offivity, if that is the word that I didn't just completely make up. But, I'm wondering what the Blitzcrank is going to be doing early game, because I feel like he's just also, like, he is good in lane, but also he can be such an oppressive roamer if it's going to end up being matched well. Because, like, in the combination of Kiana, if she ends up kind of joining the fight, if you have, of course, the burst of Aurora, just being like a level 2, level 3 roam with your jungler as you head towards the mid lane, like, anybody's gonna get blown up. Even if you find Pantheon in jungle somewhere. Because, yeah, I mean, the CC and, of course, both those champions being really burst-oriented.
Yeah, and if he does go for the Boots of Swiftness, his roams are going to be so nice. If there's a W, he will not be slowing himself that much.
Yeah, I feel like that's still the funniest thing in League of Legends.
Yeah, it really is.
Like Umbessa having 17 dashes and Blitzcrank slowing himself down with W.
Yep, and Nasus has lifesteal on his passive.
Oh yeah! Wow, they really complicated that one. My god.
But yeah, just mages wreaking havoc on each other.
Yep. And more mages wreaking havoc on each other.
Yeah,
in the
actually.
top lane.
First time probably seeing the 4 APs on top mid, but all out 2-2 happening on the bot lane. Steelback does need to fall back as he's now getting to 1 HP.
he's baiting for it.
Yeah,
he is so baiting.
He has the flash. Oh, flash it.
Yeah.
But he will actually back out. He did also have the biscuits, but yeah, will not risk it.
Yeah, risk it for the biscuit.
True.
But yeah, nothing really out of the ordinary, I would say, going on. The junglers are on the opposite sides of the map, which I feel like is the only thing that kind of stands out right now. Everything else is really just, as you would expect, it's a lot of trading going on from both mid laners. Also, Galio being one of the rare champions that I feel like can actually take on Rumble.
Yeah, he was looking for it in a flash for the first blood and he slips out alive. Beautiful gang there. From
Heist
Spooky.
completed.
Yup.
Payday.
Now does lose some minions. Also no name coming to mid lane. He did flash on Nafkela, but Nafkela also flashed and he did survive.
Yeah, Nafkela kind of playing with fire there. Color will stop the recall of Nile. But I think he is healthy enough to push this wave in as well. Rumble, of course, not having mana is a big strength of his. But, yeah, 1-0 so far. 700 gold lead now. But Kiana couldn't really, of course, capitalize on that first blood more than she already did, as she also was quite low from the turret shots.
But yeah, Brutalizer is a very nice component to have this early on, obviously worth for 1,300 gold, so a lot of stats in his pocket, and it is such a difficult component to finish, so beautiful spike, and obviously the counter pick top lane is paying off as Nile is just destroying Color, and he does have the mana for it.
No, he is genuinely wrecking him. Still though, I feel like the bot lane was really silent for him, even though it's like Blitzcrank versus a Mumu.
Yeah, I feel like they both can't really go in. I mean, if Camillus does go in on Steelback, I feel like Avars just free fires on Neon and they hook him in. Hook. No, a swing and a miss, unfortunately. But still, Avars is very nice in those all-outs, and
Yeah, we're gonna need a batter substitution, as no points have been gained in this baseball game. And that's EW that Steelback will end up tanking. Avarice does hit the level 5 first, so that is quite interesting. We'll see what else they can kind of accomplish, as we do see No Name kind of pathing towards bot, even though I do think that he has been spotted. It's going to be the hook onto Camillus, who now is knocked up, hook back. So long, you cannot move,
Yeah.
I forbid it.
swing and a home run now.
Yeah.
Second kill for Spooky, which is so great. Getting that Kiana fed early, as will enable Spooky to snowball quite a bit if he does keep up the tempo, but did he find himself in trouble now? Seems like he's getting out. On the other side of top laners are just smacking each other, but yeah, both are in danger zone. But I feel like Nile, if he does have all abilities, Scholar needs to be careful.
Yep. Can't really overcommit at any given moment. But yeah, so far a clean, calm game from Team Ted. 1,000 in the lead, 7 minutes in, which is quite nice, I will say. Avarice still hasn't recalled, so he's just chilling. He still has 3 biscuits left. Of course, has the cleanse because funny, haha, mummy.
Yeah.
But yeah, Even the top side is just looking really interesting. With a lot of trading going on. And of course Galio having the cowl. He can just go in. He's been trading quite efficiently into color, I would say.
And we have a pause.
Wouldn't be a stream without one.
Yep. So the players will try to resolve the issue as best as possible. But yeah, I mean, such a slow start to the game. I'm really wondering how this one will pan out. Obviously, Spooky now being 2-0 changes the dynamic a bit. I mean, obviously, he is an assassin with or without the kills, but now he is a bit more menacing, and assassins are the most snowballiest class in the game.
Absolutely. And I mean, even Yunara not really needing to back, and of course with the assist there in her pocket, I think she's going to be quite strong. Of course, I feel like her and Kaisa are on the similar levels of scaling, while I feel like Yunara might be a bit easier to find the damage output as far as consistency goes, where on the side of Kaisa, I feel like you also do need maybe one extra item, because I feel like on Yunara, once you hit like Blade of the Ruined King and probably Runans, I think in a team fight you're already just dishing out a lot of damage.
Yeah, most definitely, but also Kaisa not being weak herself, still being quite low, hooking Neon under the turret, but not enough damage coming in from Nafkela, who doesn't have his ultimate, so they all slip away just fine, all alive, and they will start the grubs now. Spooky watching the situation closely. Here comes Nile, he is still one away, but he gets flashed on, he does flash. The beautiful combo, Neon is trapped and he's getting smacked down. First pick for Team Ted, Camellias being very low, does go in, but still level 5, Nafkela dropping also quite low, doesn't have the cooldowns, nor the flash, nor the ult just came up, and Nile does get caught with the Sayator, but he does get pulled back, and that's a third kill for Spooky, and he can just continue this rampage that is happening. In the meantime, No Name did grab those two remaining grubs, but it's a fourth kill for Spooky.
My goodness, what is going on?
Yeah, Camilius is level 6 now. Oh, I feel like he was just barely out of range, but hits the Q beautifully, and that will be the shutdown for No Name, which is so sad for Ted, as I feel like this was quite good for them. Although they did grab only the one grub, him getting those two kills was quite nice, and I feel like it was so unfortunate for Nafkela to get the flash and the ulti the second he died.
Yeah, it is. It's quite unfortunate. But also, I feel like it was he was a bit hasty there, considering he did have the water or ice Q, and I feel like he should have expected, especially with the TP coming in, that was going to be Camillus, who was kind of fishing. So I feel like had he landed that as he was going to go for the not really for the hook, for whatever you call the Amumu latching onto you.
The bandage toss.
Yeah, the bandage toss. Thank you.
But yeah, this was obviously very nice for Spooky. He also broke the first try, getting a lot of gold, but actually Silbeck now dying in the mid lane as the all-up brawl is happening live, but Camelius does
locking him down.
Yeah, but Spooky does retaliate with the combo, and it's a double kill for Nafkela, and now he is also the one with 4 kills on this side of the, and I feel like this is just so perfect for them. These powerhouses both having 4 kills. Everest will just scale in this game. He will do nicely in the late game, but yeah, I mean, this is going great.
Yeah, it is, 100%. I feel like this is definitely the outcome that they're going to be the happiest with. Just grabbing a nice little double. 4-1-1 now on Nafkela. Finished another item as well, but here's the DPS we talked about. It's just the amount of damage that Avarice is dishing out. Even Camillus is going to have to flash that W.
Yeah, and with the cleanse, I mean, he just can't be stopped.
he did opt into going for Kraken, which I think, yeah, is better.
Yeah,
Really
I mean,
no
they're
front line, so
pretty
other than
squishy, yeah, on
Cornelius.
front line. But as I was going to mention, I'm not sure I appreciate the Leandris on Nafkela. I feel like they're so squishy. The Ludens into like a Shadow Flame or
Oh,
something just
yeah,
to blow
that
them
one.
up.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. Just going full damage, but also having a lot of MR penetration with going Shadow Flame and finishing
Yeah.
the boots, of course. That could have been quite good. Spooky, though, will be spotted as the wall is coming through. Here comes the ulti into the wall, as we talked about, so Sayatra will need to back away. Beautifully done there, as it's gonna be the lockup here, right onto Spooky. That is just so oppressive. If it's not gonna be the Pantheon, it's gonna be Camillius jumping right on top of you, and then you're gonna get tossed into the
Yeah.
team of mouth breathers.
And still, although he did cancel the writing of the ulti of Seattle, he didn't cancel the actual wall, which
Yep.
needed to dash over, and Camillus just used the situation perfectly. But that will grant the team of breeders their first Drake, and actually overall the first Drake of the game. So now, do 2 grubs count as an objective?
Actually, I'm not sure. I don't think they do, because it's not fully done, right?
I don't know, I think maybe they even do. I actually am not sure. But yeah, they're getting stuff back, although they are 3,000 gold behind.
Yep.
Which is a solid lead, I mean, only 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, look at Spooky's inventory. Profane, Brutalizer, 2 long swords.
Yeah.
Only 6 camps to go as well until he'll even have Red Smite.
Yeah, but still, on the other side, I mean, Thunder Sky from No Name, Leandris not finished for Color, and Neon is also doing great. The only one really being behind is Ayatar. I feel like he has suffered the most in this game.
Yep, absolutely. Still, though, it is quite silent now for the past few minutes, as the objectives are still quite far away. 3.5, well, even more so, minutes until the Drake will be spawning, and 6 minutes until the funny demon comes around.
Yeah, 1 minute for the Rift Herald. But Mikhail is now finished for Steelback. I feel like that is a nice spike, getting someone out of the Amumu ulti versus the Mummy. While still trading here with Color. I feel like these trades would now go better for Nile. He's kind of getting ran down. I mean, forced to E out. A lot of damage there coming from Color, although Nile has a lot of MR in his
Yeah, I
pocket.
mean, Color did pop his ulti, and also with Conqueror stacked, I feel like he's just free to do as he pleases. He does have the Leandries, so he's of course even burning Nile away. But he'll now, I guess, take care of the wards here topside, as the wave has been shoved. You do see both, well, not both actually, Steelback has actually decided to stay around. It was only Spooky who ended up recalling. But yeah, man, what do you do now with the Herald kind of on the map? Do you force it? Do you maybe try and defend it? Because you do have the Yunara. Also, DP I do believe is available for Nafkela. So he can hypothetically take care of this tower. TP, try and force a fight here for the Herald. Spooky has not actually been spotted. But still, though, they just have no vision. It does seem like Spooky's gonna immediately go in, but he gets blown up. Camillus will be popped back right into the entirety of Ted. And now there's just so much damage from that Yunara and from the Aurora. Spooky isn't the only member you should be worried about.
Yeah, even though he did look like an int, he did pop the ulti on 2 people, delivering obviously a lot of damage, giving Nile a good angle for the ulti, but then allowing Everest to just go all out, and he was just untouched, and same with Nafkela. So yeah, all in all, Mob Breeders do get the Rift Herald, but 3 kills for Team Ted, and now this Yunara is a menace.
Yep.
I mean, Everest is 25 CS up on Neon. Now Nile does some very solid trades. But yeah, also Nafkela getting his 5th kill. Getting close to that Rift Maker. Which again, I do not really appreciate. I don't feel like those fights are gonna be that extended. They need cooldown, you need that sustain.
Oh yeah.
The burn damage. I feel like just full
Blow
AP
up or be
and
blown up.
yeah, and Magic Ban would work so nicely.
Steelback though will be hex flashing over that ward that Spooky ends up spotting with his sweeper. Neon also kind of helping out No Name to take care of this blue buff. Things are looking rougher by the second, and this tier 1 still has not really been claimed, but with everybody kind of joining the fight, it's like the ad for Smash Ultimate. Everybody's here. That's going to be free tier 1 as the gold lead continues to only widen. It's around 5,000 now. That is insane for 17 minutes.
Yeah. I agree completely. And Afkela doing so much work on this tier 2. He will not fully get it, but still he has shown how big of a threat he is. Even ulti committed him from color. The equalizer will be dropped on the wave. And Afkela didn't even take any damage from it, so he's full HP. But the Rift Herald is doing a lot of work on the top side. Will be smacked here. I don't know if they finish this actually. Maybe Nile can stop it. I feel like he can play a bit more aggressive here, but doesn't actually commit. Now he does. But the turret will now be taken, so I feel like if he did it earlier, but Mikhail's with the heal and Avarise from the back line, and he just shreds them. Spooky finds Camilius in the jungle. No Name doesn't even find Steelback, and the only person dying is now triple kill for Avaris, and Nafkela having a 1v1 with the Rumble on the bot lane.
They looked so healthy, and then oof,
Yeah,
gone.
yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, like, Nile, I mean, like, most of these champions are AP hitting your turret, just, like, go in, taunt them under your turret, you know, you're a tanky boy, but, yeah, then he doesn't.
You're a big child.
Yeah, and, yeah, I mean, they just blow them up,
Yeah.
and, you know, this lead is, 5,000 gold. We'll see the replay this once again. Yes, Spooky kinda dying, but popping the ult on two really important members, getting them down on HP, and a beautiful flash from Nile with the double taunt, and yeah, of course, this as well, chunking them a bit. Steelback pulling No Name, so he can't really stun Everest, and Everest just finishing the job with Spooky.
Yep. Beautifully done. Match number 3 of the series. 16 to 17 as far as the kills are concerned. Even in Drakes. Even though Mouth Bleeders do have that one grub extra.
Yeah, it's actually Bloodletter's Curse that comes in for Nafkela. 3 items on Everest now. He's 6-0.
Yep.
It's 700 gold bounty. Over 10 CS.
3 items, 19 minutes in on an 80 carry. Is this the fastest pace?
And he's the same level as his solo laners.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. I mean, yeah, he's so strong now. Of course, Steelback does have the Mikhails. He does have the exhaust currently from the Unsealed Spellbook. And how do they contest this Arakan? Nile is lagging a bit behind, but he does have the ult enough. Kella will pop his just to solve out the situation. Beautiful steal comes in from No Name. The failed flash, actually from Neon, does leave him to die, but they did grab the Arakan. I mean, W.
Yep. The second I saw him walking up, I was like, oh god, it's gonna happen, isn't it? Especially because he has the Q already stacked up. So that's gonna be doing a lot of damage, of course, even execute damage, so... I mean, No Name just beautifully going in, yoiking the Atakan away.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Nile just didn't insta-ult enough Gala when he popped his. I mean, denying the entrance to No Name. But yeah, I mean, also the Kiana has the execution and on her Q and Smite, which is a nice combination, so... Shouldn't let that Pantheon in the pit, but doesn't really matter. They're still 6,000 gold ahead. And Everest is still a beast on the map. The flash comes in from Steelback, beautiful hook, and No Name just gets wiped under Sky. Left him alive for a bit of more time, but he dies, and now that's the 8th kill for Everest.
I mean, Yunara W and Aurora E are kind of the same ability, so I think it's gonna be tough to kind of tell those two apart in team fights. That's kind of the thought that ended up popping into my head, because Aurora just ended up Eing over the wall to kind of get an assist. But yeah, 40 seconds until the Drake is up. That's going to be the second for Team Ted. Unless No Name decides to steal it again.
Still back with Hex Flash, forcing Collar to flash out. So that Blitzcrank is doing work, but they go all in on Collar, 4v1ing him here. They grab the turret. 2 ults actually used here. 3 actually. Everett is also popping his, but they do get the pick off. The next objective is in 15 seconds. I mean, actually, they don't have 3 ultis. I mean, they are pretty far ahead, but
yeah, that's what I was about to say. I feel like... Oh, wait, never mind. We'll get to this back in a few moments. Nile, beautifully done now. Steal back, looking to get that hook onto No Name. Once again, the W. I don't think you really want a W to Galio in this fight. But if you think about, like, ult economy as a thing, right? And if you're so far ahead that you can beat them down without your ultimates, I feel like it's just worth it to pop 3, get a pick, and it's a 4v5. And your Yunara has 3 items, so I feel like even without the ulti, she's going to be shredding everybody. So I still kind of like that that aspect of popping all those ultis to get a pick, rotate, get another pick, enable yourself to kind of get that Drake as well. But yeah, the gold lead, we mentioned it, has only been steadily growing for Team Ted. Steelback was looking to get Neon now, but the W of Yunara is just slowing him down so much. Neon, he was looking good in this, and now the TPs are coming through. Shield Bow has been popped. It's going to be the cleanse here that ends up making him live so much longer than he should have. Even Sayator really decided to greed. They want that bounty of 700 gold.
yeah, desperation play really cost them a lot here. 3 picks now for Team Ted, 14 Mage stacks on Fkela.
I feel like it's those legends you hear, like when you talk about pirates, it's like, oh, it's the cursed gold. Everybody who tries to claim it dies. But that's the Yunara shutdown. Yar.
Oh no.
Sail away, matey. We need it to claim a shutdown. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Avarice's inventory. This is not looking good. Now the GA has been bought, and yeah, I don't know what they do. They just struggled to kill him. They can't even kill him, and now he gets a second chance, even if he does die. And the rest of his teammates, I mean, Spooky with the Cerilda now as well, and I think Nafkela is also creeping to his third item, although he did commit for the Magi's and does have a lot of stacks. That's a lot of AP still
He's
back.
so fast!
Yeah, the TP move speed is huge, does miss the hook.
Holy moly. Oh, Pantheon going in. It seems like they're gonna want to collapse onto Nile. Even the wall now will come through. Nile, how tanky is he? There are gonna be 4 members right on top of him. He will use his flash. Spooky now looking to kind of join in on the fun. The ulti only lands onto 1 person Color, dropping the equalizer, but I feel like they're just so chunky. Avarice, he might end up losing his GA. Nafkela now with the ulti of his own, just jumping in, grabbing another. It's gonna be a double for Spooky, but he dies to the tower.
Yeah,
I feel like that's a Baron.
Yeah, I mean, even this worked out great for Team Ted, but if Spooky actually flash ulted there on the other wall, there would be a 4-man ulti, and I mean, they would just all evaporate into thin air. But now, Nafkela has 25 Magi stacks. But yeah, obviously, beautiful D. I mean, you need to get a pick, you need to get a bounty or something, but it took such a long time to kill Nile, and all of them grouped up, and they were unable forever to do so much damage here, and then you have to fully commit, but it's only the GA, so here comes the rest of the Team Ted to finish the job, and that's exactly what they do, and now they grabbed the Baron.
Yep. That is a commanding spot to be in. 14,000 gold lead. That is nuts. I think the most we've had is 17.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I'm just looking at the ADCs. I mean, Ever is close to full build. Meanwhile, Neon is in two and a half items. Ever is also being level 16, the same as his solo laners, which are all ahead of their counterpart.
No, that's just one Q. Taking away a third of Neon's HP. Bit unfortunate, so it seems like the playing for pick strategy is going to be stopping now.
Yeah, and the Shadow Flame now finished for Nafkala, so he now is a bursty Aurora. And yeah, here comes the initiative. I mean, it's so easy with Baron buff, with the lead that they have stacked up, and they're just melting through them. I mean, what is the response even, like...
Yeah, Everest isn't even scared to step up into a rumble. That's how far ahead he is currently.
Yeah, and he has everything, so...
Yeah, the only thing he's kind of waiting on is the GA, which is in, well, half the
a
cooldown.
lot.
Yeah. So, things are looking good, and of course with the Baron, they're looking to claim the bot inhib tower, and of course the bottom lane inhibitor. Niall actually ended up kind of swapping here. Steel back ends up knocking him up, and it's the silence. Like, what can you do?
Yep.
You can't do anything. Equalizer now does end up being popped, but two people in the Kiana ulti around that inhibitor. That's a donut of death. Nothing they can do. Avarice flashing forward. Even Galio is providing him a nice little shield. And with the Baron, I think we are looking at an end. Not much can even be said. I feel like this was a stomp.
Yeah, I mean, it was, yeah, unfortunately, definitely such a convincing win from Team Eurodeal, but my prediction was right, yours wasn't. It was 2-1. Mount Raiders put up such a nice resistance, especially the game they have won. It was such a beautiful win, and they definitely showed that they deserved to be at this stage of that, but unfortunately they are now eliminated, and congratulations to them, Team 10 Euro deal for going to semifinals.
Absolutely, semifinals, prize pool. They're going to be playing to potentially win it all, as we'll find out who they play against, as we're going to bring back Amy here, take a small break, and she'll give you all the info. Hey everybody, welcome back to the studio. We have finally finished the quarterfinals. We got our semifinalists. The four teams that you can see over here says best of 5. Nightbirds, Team All In, Team Excellent, and Team 10 Euro Deal, who we just saw confirm their status as one of the top teams in this tournament versus Mouth Breeders. Yeah, Mouth Breeders, I mean, that second match of the best of 3 tonight, it looked good, you know. It looked really good. But it did. Definitely, I feel like there were some draft issues kind of going on for both teams. I feel like they both tried to cook, respectively, in Game 1 and Game 2. But I feel like both chefs ended up creating
burning themselves.
Yeah, creating a mess in the kitchen, if you will. But yeah, I mean, not really much can be said. I feel like Team 10 Euro deal, God, that's a mouthful, but ended up being just way better in the final game. I feel like this was just a no contest.
Way better, yeah.
This was a blowout, and I feel like they can confidently walk into the semis, look to maybe claim a spot in the finals as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As we saw, tomorrow we start with the semifinals. It's going to be a best-of-5 series, and the first matchup is going to be Team Excellent versus Team 10 Euro Deal. They're not going to get a break.
Oh, yeah, back to back.
Yeah, back to back. They're playing tomorrow with Team Excellent, one of the sort of champions of last season. They were at the second spot last season in Budapest, and then on Saturday we're going to have Nightbirds and Team All In. Ooh, I mean, this was, I love the quarterfinals. I think we're gonna love the semifinals, especially because it's a best-of-5 series. It's gonna be amazing, a lot of pressure, a lot of excitement.
I mean, especially in Fearless, if it goes to Game 5, that's gonna be like, what, 40 champions deleted and 10 banned? That's like, the people are gonna be reaching deep into their pools, so I'm gonna be quite happy about that.
You know what? I'm waiting to see what Team Excellent's going to be playing.
Oh yeah, they're cooking on the daily. So, yeah, I feel like if it does end up going to Game 4, Game 5, I can't even imagine
what they're going to pull out.
Yeah, what's going to happen.
All right, well, we got a lot of excitement for tomorrow. Obviously, Team Excellent versus Team 10 Euro Deal. We're starting at the very same time. Saturday, we're going to be starting much earlier. You're going to be informed about that tomorrow. So yeah, without further ado, thank you everybody for watching. Thank you Sony PlayStation for being a partner on this project, and everybody have a good night.